Hello, welcome and welcome back. This is Jacob, and today we are going to be doing a small little bonus episode here for the Masses Travels. So, like I was announcing throughout the previous parts of this voice acted and narrated series for the Masses Travel story, today's episode will be covering bits and pieces of information that I just did not have either space or time to put anywhere in the previous episodes, especially considering the last episode was 5 hours long and it was pretty much mostly story. There was definitely no space to put that anywhere in there. But like I said, today we're going to be covering the bits and pieces that just did not have anywhere else to be placed in the rest of the series. So with that said, and before I give you guys a rundown as to what is going to be specifically in this episode, to anybody who bumps into this through this very episode, this narration, if you're watching this, this is not gonna be spoiler friendly. This is pretty much gonna be connecting back to the main story with several pieces of information. Plus, in the outro section of this video, I will be doing the usual kind of off-the-cuff recap review section of the story, which will definitely not be meant as a a recap of the entire story. It will be very out of context. So for anybody who is listening and did not have time to see the entire story, read the entire story of the Masses Travels, in the description of this video you can find the playlist for the whole story, and there's also the other Lateran stories in there, a couple of other things, plus there is also the playlist for the main story. And I'm specifically bringing up main story here because the Masses Travels, for those of you who have not seen the story yet, does contain several spoilers, especially for episode 15, pretty much not even being like, playing around with what is being told to you. No, they're specifically spoiling specific parts of the main story, and therefore I will recommend catching up with main story, just in general catching up with main story and the Masses Travel story in full before continuing with this episode. Otherwise, you're gonna be spoiling yourself on quite a lot of information. But outside of that, enjoy. Enjoy, the stories are good, and that's all I can give you to set you on the way. But yeah, for anybody else, what is gonna be in this episode today? So, we're gonna do this in 5 separate sections in today's part. We're gonna start with a operator record, so that's gonna be our number 1 stopping point. The operator record is for Mostima. It's her second one. I have already uploaded onto the channel a non-voiced version, so in today's episode you're gonna get a voice-acted version of that one, but I'm including it specifically, and for those people who have not seen that operator record yet, there's a couple of stuff that is calling back to several elements of the Masses Travels. What specifically, I will leave that for the operator record, but there is connection points, and that is pretty much the reason why I am including that one specifically here in this bonus episode. So that's number 1. Number 2 will be the Firearm Technician's Night. This little menu here that I've already highlighted a couple of times throughout the series so far. This one contains mini stories and sorta almost like a autobiography of Paganini's life as a gunsmith, essentially, in Laterano, from his early days to what we know about him in his current life. It will also shine quite a light on a couple of his connections to the characters, and that is pretty much why we have these different categories for different characters, from Vanini to Mostima and Fiammetta to Patrizion and Idida. We also have a workshop log here with a couple of extra entries, and yeah, pretty much all of that is just Paganini's life in Laterano and why he and how he came to know all of these people and why he has connections to them. It's a very interesting piece, and it will shine a light, like I said, to a couple of things, but more about that when we get to that. So that's gonna be part number 2. Part number 3 is gonna be the full text files for Lemuenin and EXUSIAI, the New Covenant. So specifically, we're gonna do the EXUSIAI altars file, not the original ones. The altar files is already kind of regurgitating some information back from Lungmen at the beginning, so we're gonna keep it at the new file only, and of course Lemuenin, and we'll see what is in there. I will say though right now that I was pretty much right. The files do contain a couple of informational bits of what is currently happening in Laterano post the Masses Travel story, so that is kind of very important. And there is also obviously a lot more about EXUSIAI and Lemuyen as sisters, and just more highlights about their bond and so on. But more about that later. I will say though here immediately as well, and I will remind you guys we're gonna get to that again later. We will be only doing the files for both of them, not the voice files. For those of you who want to listen to the voice files, I will leave it down in the description of the video and in the pinned comment. There are videos already out there for a while for both of them with their English voice actors uploaded onto the YupTubs, but I will specifically leave links to the videos from Dilanorev if you want to listen to the voice files for Lemuyen and EXUSIAI, the New Covenant. So they're gonna be there, so I don't bloat this episode up even more than it already is. But for our bonus purposes, the files are gonna be way more than enough. Alright, number 4 after that is gonna be the outro section, where I'm gonna be doing the stuff that I didn't get to do in the previous episode, which is gonna be just talking about the story, about the characters, what I liked and didn't like, and predictions and just speculations will be also mixed in there, but I will highlight when when those are gonna be a topic. But yeah, we're gonna go over the story, about the characters and stuff like that in that section. And then the final section of the video is gonna be the reaction clips that I did not have, again, anywhere to put in the previous episode because it was already so long. let me tell you guys right now. The previous episode, when I was rendering that one out, crashed my editor software, DaVinci Resolve, twice. And it happened both times at the last like 20 or 10 minutes of the render left. So and the render took like 2 hours both times. So that was fun. That is pretty much the reason why I'm always trying to keep like the episodes shorter, or well, shorter. I'm trying to keep them anywhere between 2 or 3 hours at most, because I do know that the rendering software does tend to bug the hell out if an episode is a bit too long. Just in general, when stuff is too long and needs to render for so long. But yeah, sometimes I do have to break the rules, like in the previous episode. But yeah, the last episode was one hell of a render and an edit to accomplish. But yeah, anyway, those are gonna be our 5 parts for today's video. Operator record, the firearm technician night stuff, Lemuyen and EXUSIAI files, outro yapping, and then you guys get the funny haha reaction clips from the previous episode. And then we're gonna be completely done. So, let's begin with Mostima's operator record. Alright, second operator record for Mostima. Now, this is the second one, which was added with this patch cycle. Mostima does have a first operator record, an old one, that was added like over 3 years ago at this point. It is available on this channel for over 3 years as well, so for anybody who wants to watch it, you can find it very easily. Just type the name Mostima into the channel and you will find the video very quickly. But for today's purposes, the second record is more than enough. Also, the old record is kind of more, even though Mostima and Fiammetta are yapping for a while in that one, it's kind of more focused on EXUSIAI than anything else. But second operator record is new, is fresh, and has a couple of connection points, like I said earlier, to our story of the Masses Travels. So, second operator record is titled Journey's Footnote, and it says all we can do is to focus on what we can see. "5 years ago, the town of Deeproot was destroyed by a catastrophe. Thanks to assistance from the Holy City, we were able to rebuild our lives on this new land. 5 years later, the new Deeproot is up on its feet. We are now in a position to revive our town's traditional art, sculpture. In the old days, the middle of town always displayed the masterwork of our greatest craftsmen. And now I would like to revive this tradition and commission a new statue by our best craftsmen in memory of those who did not survive. Your father was the best craftsman in town, Susan, and we have seen how hard you've worked to carry his mantle. Will you take up this responsibility?
If father was still here, there would have been no one more qualified. But for me, I don't know if I'm ready. It's such a heavy burden to commemorate the departed.
I know it's a monumental challenge, but there's no other...
If Susan isn't sure, may I try my hand at it?
Melissa, you're back from Laterano?
Your letter said the town was planning to erect a new statue. I set out as soon as I read it. I went back to the Holy City with the emissaries, but my heart has always been in Deep Root.
Good. Very good. You say you want to work on the statue?
Yes, I honed my skills in Laterano, waiting for the day when I could contribute to the town again.
That's very kind of you. In that case...
Wait! It was my father who made the statue that stood in the middle of town, before it was destroyed by catastrophe. It was, special. Everyone in town said they smelled a scent that belonged only to us when they were near it. I believe, the best way to commemorate them is to recreate the same statue.
Can you recreate the scent, though?
I'm not sure, but I'll try.
Listen, Susan.
The townsfolk, the ones who are left anyway, won't wait for you to rediscover this special tradition. Sometimes it's the continuation that matters. I know. The place that father used to go all the time. It's dangerous, but
Susan! Where are you going?
She's headed toward... was I too harsh? I'll bring her back. I'll take care of Susan.
Is that... Mostima?
Mostima? Mayor, Melissa, how long has it been?
It's good to see you. How are the rest of your team? Anduin and the others?
Huh. They're good. You, let's talk later. You're Melissa, right? You must be. I brought you the materials you needed for this sculpture. By the way, have you seen a Sankta by the name of Mostima? Did you pick this time to come back on purpose, Mostima? Huh? Where did Mostima go? She went into the hills. Won't be back for a while. Alright. I'll hop out here then. You'll just do whatever she dumps on you? I've been looking for her for a while. Every time I go to a new place, I happen across something like this. Something that's just as much fun as, looking for her. Sounds like she's doing it on purpose. Who knows? But that's just Mostima. When we were little, she never came along when I asked her to blow stuff up with me. But there were a few times when I realized that she was watching me from a distance. Huh. How do you know, Mostima? Our town, Deep Root, was destroyed by a catastrophe 5 years ago. My father and I were the only surviving Sanktas. The Holy City received my father's call for help and sent a squad to pick us up. My sister's old squad. But their leader, Anduin, didn't just take us away. Together with his cohorts, he escorted the non-Sankta refugees to this place. They also requested supplies from the Holy City. It's only later that I learned they had taken out a year's wages in advance to do this.
You ask me why my brow is furrowed, Mostima. I ask you instead, can you look at yourself in a mirror and see no shame or regret? This is all we can do for these non-Sankta refugees. All we can do is to take them to a patch of new soil, send them some supplies, and take our own people back to Laterano. What happens here is none of our concern. There's a life of beauty and happiness waiting for us back home. This has been taken for granted. We've accepted it, and so have they. But why?
Elle should have started working at Melissa's place now. Melissa knows enough of my past to satisfy her a bit. Found you, Susan. My father used to come here. You could see the whole town from this place. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would come here and look out at the town in the distance. He used to say that memory isn't just the storage of information. He wanted those who touched the statue to recall the scent of the old days. But Father... all I see when I stand here now is a broken ruin. That statue, it's damaged, but still standing. I'll be right back. Oh, this is a huge rock. It's not just for one statue, is it? Correct. My plan is to sculpt a set of statues to commemorate the dead. You've seen similar sets of statues in Laterano, haven't you? Oh, like the ones on the plaza? Yes, I wanted to sculpt a set of statues like those and inscribe the names of the dead. Sounds like the murals in the churches. You're a smart girl. You said you started sculpting only after you went back to Laterano? Yes, Deeproot was known for its sculptures, but not everyone was a sculptor. I was one of the non-sculptors. Honestly, I had difficulty adjusting to life in Laterano. Maybe I just been used to Deeproot, so the constant joyful jubilation in Laterano hardly feels right to me. I get it. I've been following Mostima's trail for a couple of years, and seen a lot of places outside of Laterano. I've come to realize that they are very different from the Holy City. You know, one of my dreams is to live in a different city. Then you're not just a happy-go-lucky girl, are you? Anyway, it wasn't until I went to Laterano that I became interested in sculpting and began to pursue it formally. In my heart, I always wanted to come back here. But Lateran sculptures aren't the same as the ones here, are they? I know that. When I began to seriously study sculpture, I also began to regret not studying Deeproot sculpting while the town was still around. The past can't be changed though. I'll continue the tradition here with Lateran techniques. Unless somebody knows a better way. So you're hoping Susan succeeds? You must be joking. I won't let 5 years of hard work go to waste. The largest rock over here. Gotcha! Anyway, if you want to help, you can start by cutting the rocks down to the required size. In Lateran terms, blow him up! I knew it. Just don't go too far and turn into a heap of rubble. Don't worry, I'm an explosives expert.
Time has taken its toll on the streets, which are filled with mud and scattered bricks and rubble. The marks left by catastrophe are everywhere. Even the most experienced messengers avoid such places, but Mostima steps inside without hesitation, stopping only to tighten her hood. She has gotten far too used to such environments in the span of just 2 years. "5 years ago, she would not have gone to such lengths. Indeed, she might not have stood here at all. In the 2 years that she has been a legatus, however, she has seen too many places and things that she had never seen before. When she set foot in the place, she already had an inkling of what Susan was talking about.
The answer to this scent might be a simple one. You think so too, don't you?
Nostima comes before the statue that stands in the middle of the ruins, carefully removes a broken piece and takes a sniff of it. Then she bends down and picks up a handful of soil and takes a sniff from it as well. It is as she thought. The secret to this scent of the town is simple. It is a mingled scent of the soil and the stone used in sculpting. And there is no great secret to why the townsfolk found it familiar. It has the freshness that the vegetation left in the soil and the unique mineral scent of the stone. The townsfolk have lived side by side with these scents all their lives, which combined to become a scent that brought back memories to the people who lived here.
Can't say it's that pleasant. Then again, we've been all over, but we've never smelled a smell quite like it, have we? Explosive set. I've done the math. You'll get the results you want them when it goes off. You really know what you're doing, don't you? Couldn't tell at first glance. I told you I'm an explosives expert. Let's get started. Boom!
Lemuel's math was on point. The massive rock cracks into several pieces as the explosions go off. The only thing she neglected was the nature of the stone.
By the way, did I tell you that these rocks emit a large amount of dust when detonated?
Lemuel cannot open her eyes in the thick dust that fills the entire area.
I can't see! What the... Must it... Shh. I can't see! Melissa, help! Look out! There's a hole in the ground! Huh? Whoa!
Lemuel's foot finds nothing but empty air, her body instantly thrown off balance. As she is about to fall into the hole, a hand grabs her arm and pulls her back.
Thanks, Melissa! Gotta be more careful, Al. Mostima?
Hearing the familiar voice, Lemuel rubs her eyes and forces them open. But she sees no one before her.
Mostima? Melissa, was Mostima here just a moment ago? Melissa? Where did you go? What's going on?
This scent. Yes, that's it. It's exactly what Deeper used to smell like.
This is a scent, alright. I didn't think it would be so simple. It's the simplest things that leave the deepest impression. I have to thank you for finding it, Mostima. Susan? It's me who should be thanking you, Melissa. Without you, I would still be going around in circles. Well, it's a little too early to celebrate. If the secret behind the scent is so simple, there is no reason why I can't use it. Now ain't that a cunning move? You didn't think the townsfolk would pick you just because you discovered the scent? No, I'll sculpt the best statue.
I don't know how to thank you, Mostima. You helped the town discover that familiar scent and brought vitality back to the place.
You flatter me, Mr. Mayor. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. But I'm curious, Mostima. 5 years ago, all you did was follow your squad leader Anduin without saying a single word. Why did you come today to do all this for us?
When she arrived on the scene, what she saw was a gravely injured Lemuel and a crazed Anduin who had committed the act. She sensed many emotions in that instant: bewilderment, hysteria, alongside relief and acceptance. It put a doubt in her heart, but did not stop her from acting. To stop Anduin, She had to knock the lock and key from his hand with her patron firearm. She left with Lemuyen after retrieving the lock and key. They returned to Laterano, accompanied by Fiammetta. After that, the lock and key were taken from her, and she was put under house arrest. She did not regret her fall. It was what Anduin saw in the lock and key that she was more concerned about. She made a bold decision to break into the Curia. Missed the chance, and the secret may elude her forever. Infiltrating the Curia was not easy, but she succeeded. Thinking back now, the white-bearded old man must have had a hand in it. He would hardly have allowed Mostima to keep the lock and key otherwise. Whatever the reason, she was once again in possession of the lock and key. The lock and key did not react when she took them from Anduin. This time, when she touched them again with questions in her heart, she walked into a fantastical plane. There she saw a gap in the past, a cross-section of the future. She has a pretty good guess as to what Anduin saw. When she saw what she saw on that plane, she immediately understood why Anduin went mad. After all, Anduin was always worried about the future, always lamenting over the smallest of tragedies. In a way, she could even say that Fiammetta's anger at Anduin's actions was born out of Fiammetta's approval of him. Considering Fiammetta's sense of justice, it is no wonder that she always held Anduin in high regard for the concern he showed for others, in comparison to Fiammetta herself, who always seemed a little aloof and removed. However, Mostima was not obsessed with the reasons for Anduin's madness. It was not simply because of the emotions that she sensed from the pair at that instant. Instead, it is because she had a feeling that she had perhaps harbored from the moment she joined Anduin's squad, even the moment she first saw Anduin. They were walking divergent paths, and it was inevitable that they must go their separate ways. It was like the many thousands of pieces before her eyes, each one potentially revealing the answer to a question. Perhaps the answer to the ultimate question will reveal itself when all the pieces are exhausted. Anduin will choose to walk toward those pieces without hesitation, stepping into the dark mire where the stars shine. As for her, she chose to turn back.
When I saw what I saw, I thought, oh, how terrible. I didn't feel anything else. That's why I didn't understand the struggle that a certain somebody was going through. But now... Mostimato's horns! Are you fallen? These past 2 years I've traveled the lands as a Gatos, and I've come to a conclusion. Lovely bastards these Sanktas are. I've just relearned how to live with this land after realizing that I was a bastard. Tell El that I have a new mission. I'll be in Lungmen for a while. I ran into this guy by the name of Emperor 6 months ago. He's in Lungmen too. I think I'll pay him a visit.
Mostima turns around at the hillside. She can see the town square in the distance. Susan and Melissa have already started their preparations. A crowd has assembled to watch them, and it is growing bigger. The red hair of a certain Sankta stands out in the crowd. She goes from one side to another, helping out here and there, seemingly having forgotten why she was here in the first place. For once, Mostima is not wearing her hood. She lets the breeze brush against her cheeks and run through her hair.
I think I understand you a little better now, Anduin. Maybe I should have had a few more drinks with you. Maybe I should have let you have more time together with Lemuyen. Alright, I know you were always going to leave in the end. But there's something that I want to say. Now that I've gotten to know you better, I can say with certainty, I won't make the same choices you did. Nothing can bear the burden of the happiness of all the people. Not you, not me, not even Laterano. All we can do is to focus on what we can see. Just like I've been taking Elle around these past 2 years, fulfilling a little of the responsibility I bear for her coming out of Laterano to find me. That's all. I don't hate you like Fiametta does, but don't expect a warm welcome when we meet again. Wherever that might be, our journey will take us there.
And there we go, that was Mostima's second operator record. And as I'm quite sure all of you can tell that there was a couple of very interesting things in this one, especially towards the end. But let's go in order and do a quick little breakdown before we move into our second section of the video. So, what did we learn from this one? Number one, we saw that this is time-wise pretty much linking up back to the little flashback scene that we saw in Masses Travel, where we saw EXUSIAI graduate, in quotes, and leave Laterano to search for Mostima. And here, like roughly 2 years later, we see as she's still pursuing Mostima, and they are pretty much one step away from reaching Lungmen and both becoming part of Penguin Logistics. But while they're out here, we get to see a couple of very interesting aspects about, or rather get reminded about how Sankta, who are not growing up in Laterano, are definitely different. Despite the fact that they still have empathy, they're definitely different compared to Sankta who live in Laterano. And the major difference is that the Sankta who are not living in Laterano, well, they are not continuously being surrounded by people with empathy, which makes them less empathetic, funnily enough, ironically enough, to people who don't have empathy. Because they are just used to having people around themselves that they can just share their, you know, their emotions and thoughts, well, loosely speaking thoughts, between each other. But here people have to even Sankta have to grow up understanding how other people are, and they just do it naturally by growing up with them. And we get to see through the story and hear through the story again how it was difficult for Mostima, for example, who is a fallen Sankta, to get used to the whole thing, and it took her quite a while. And then we have also EXUSIAI, who is very adaptive, quite honestly, but she also took a couple of, as we learn in Masses Travel, she took also a couple of years to get used to the whole thing of, well, she doesn't know how others feel, she's too used to the whole thing of empathy and stuff like that. But she made an effort, and she got to understand how a life works without empathy. But yeah, a very interesting aspect, and the whole thing is very interesting here, especially with the Sankta girl who went back to Laterano because of the catastrophe that happened, and then came back to just live back in her old, in her old/new hometown to experience life back with people that she knew from her childhood. Very interesting. Then we have Mostima's whole shtick here, where we get to see essentially what happened with Anduin and the incident with Lemon, of course, and the lock and key. A very interesting tidbit. I don't again, this is one of those things, because it's been so many years across as these stories have been developed. I don't remember. I do remember, of course, that it was told to us that Mostima is the keeper of the lock and key, and that is kind of like an official thing. But very interesting here that it gets brought up that it wasn't a thing of that she officially got the thing handed to her. That is something that did happen eventually, but she stole the lock and key. She broke into the Curia to grab the lock and key to see what Anduin saw when the lock and key was giving him some kind of visions. And despite seeing the same vision that he saw, she also saw another vision as presented with like a crossroads in the future, which I don't know if it's meaning the story that we just saw in Masses Travel, or if it's specifically meaning another thing down the line in the future. But I'm presuming it's meaning the thing here in Mass's Travel, because this was definitely a crossroad for the Sankta in general. But yeah, she stole the lock and key from the Curia, and then in retrospect got it handed to her to be the keeper of the lock and key, which as said here as well is definitely something that the good old Pope Evangelista 11th had a hand in to officially sanctify that. So yeah, very interesting detail. One final detail I do want to bring up from this operator record is the whole reason why Mostima, well, one major reason why Mostima was running away from Exia and was never really stepping into contact with her, and that is pretty much the obvious thing of, well, she needed some time to understand a life without empathy and how life works around outside of Laterano. So she took this opportunity and this responsibility, considering Exia was chasing her, and she let her pretty much experience the same stuff. She let her mingle with people, she let her experience life without empathy, and let her adjust herself to the outside world. And also see the sights along the way. But obviously she was avoiding her because she didn't also want to really talk with her about what happened, considering that, yeah, she's not someone who is gonna openly talk about her problems, as we can tell. At least I can tell that from her behavior. She's not the, yeah, I'm gonna sit down at a table with you and I'm gonna openly talk about my problems kind of type. She's definitely the type who will avoid it, but we'll also get to understand how to live with the either consequences or what her life currently is, and find another way, which is also very interesting because in this story we also get to hear about the whole thing that she did see the same visions as Anduin, but she is choosing another path compared to Anduin. And very importantly, at the end, she did state that the next time they meet, well, she will not be really pissed at him or like going out for revenge against Anduin, but definitely will not be on best terms with him. But obviously Fiametta will be out for blood. So yeah, that explains the whole thing as well, why, for example, Mostima didn't really attack or really verbally at any given point do anything against Anduin all the way back since Got Ahead, because she just didn't have a reason to do so. She already made peace. It's a very funny thing of this is the whole concept of Lemuen and both Mostima are always like a couple of steps ahead of Fiametta, and we'll get to that in a bit as well. But yeah, the two of them are always kind of like a couple of steps ahead despite everything, and Fiametta is always the one who gets stuck in the past and in some stuff around that. But yeah, overall, this was a very interesting operator record, considering the story that we just went through. So for now, this is where we're gonna stop with this part, and we're gonna move into our second part of the video, which is gonna be the short stories for Paganini and I guess you could call it Paganini and Friends. But yeah, anyway, let's hop over to that. A Firearm Technician's Night. Alright, so we have a couple of stories in here, so let's begin all in order. Again, just a quick reminder, every single one of these stories is gonna be addressing Paganini directly. All of them are pretty much about his life, his meetings with these people, and, well, a couple of background information that was not obviously told to us in the main portion of the story of the Mass's Travel. So every time any of these stories is gonna be addressing someone with a you, like for example this very first sentence right here with a you feel, it means Paganini himself. So do keep that in mind as we go forward. I'm pretty much just stressing that because usually when any Arknight story is addressing someone with you, it's usually the doctor, right? So I'm just reminding everybody here that we are now in the POV essentially of Paganini when we are reading these stories. So let's begin with the Vanini section and with the first item on the list, which is called the Firearm Cleaning Solvent. And the story goes as follows. In the evening, you feel a bottle of firearm cleaning solvent under the table. The liquid inside has long since dried up, but there is still the faint sweet scent of vanilla. You think back. Vanini was still a child at the time, and she hadn't been at the workshop for very long. The notorious Hall sent over her mother's patron firearm. She held onto that filthy gun, still covered in bloodstains. You didn't want to think too hard about where they came from. So you brought her to the workroom, explaining to her how to clean a gun. You asked her if she needed help, but she said nothing. You wanted to stay and keep her company, but then you saw her lower her head. You were at a loss, thinking she wanted to be by herself for a while. With a sigh, you turned and headed back upstairs. The moment you heard glass shattering, you hurried back downstairs. The workbench was caught completely insolvent, and all Vanini did was tremble as she stood in shock at the scene of the accident. You wanted to say something to console her, but it was clear that no matter what you said, she'd only reply with silence. She had lost her family and was suffering. You knew this much and tried many times to find an inroad to her heart, but you never found the right place to start. You relieved the fatigue you felt at the time, ignoring the fact that the bottle had shattered long ago. So yeah, our first little story in here is about the initial days of Vanini and Paganini living together, and pretty much a regret that will stay with Paganini until pretty much the modern times. He must be absolutely, like, on the inside, absolutely ecstatic that she can now properly, well, she is still stuttering at the end of the Master's Travel, but she can properly now converse with him and everything. So from a parent's perspective, that all of those barriers have finally been broken down, oh, the relief the guy has to feel at that point. Anyway, we move on to our second item, which is the series of child psychology books. And it says, in the middle of the night, you knock a few books off the bookshelf. They open as you pick them up, and a report greets you from among the pages. You are reminded of the day you brought Vanini to doctors all across the city. A medical report states, Pagos Faber Central Hospital, Halo surgery patient suffers from a speech impediment, speaking with only great difficulty and with severe lexical deficiency. Patient also shows mild difficulties in reading and writing. Diagnosis is psychogenic aphasia. Aside from medication, considering the family's particular circumstances, weekly empathy contact session at this hospital has been suggested. You couldn't rely on empathy to read a girl's mind, so at the doctor's suggestion you bought Little Halo Little Heart, a series of books about Sankta child psychology. You memorized every passage in those books, but when you saw her stuttering in front of you, the grim reality set in. Every sentence of these lousy books was based on a central premise. Both you and your child have big bright halos on your heads. But you don't have one, not then, not now. What a shame. Those books were useless to you. You relieved the anxiety and anger you felt at the time, ignoring the fact that you tore those books to shreds in a fit of rage long ago. So yeah, another look into the Sankta life, as Sankta will write books for Sankta with the basis of, well, we all have empathy and we can use it, right? Even in cases like psychology and stuff like that. So yeah, this was a successful visit to the doctors and psychologists to give any kind of advice, right? Especially the series of books. Good God. But anyway, we move on to our third story, which is simply called Cape. And it says, late at night, you notice a feather cape on the sofa. You pick it up and find the label. You are reminded of a winter several years ago. Made from 100% Paganini feathers. Dry clean only, do not wash at over 30 degrees, hang dry, iron at low temperature, do not bleach. on the laundry tag. Whenever Vanini felt cold, she would bury herself in your thick feathers, only sticking her face out once she was nearly out of breath. Every molting season you would gather a big sack's worth of feathers and pick out the most beautiful and lustrous ones to make a cape. It took you a good few years to do it, since your feathers were always rather dull and drab from a lack of rest. Once she got the cape, Vanini took about half a day to express her gratitude. It was an incredibly long speech all in all, but you couldn't have asked for better payment. You held back tears as you gazed at her. You didn't speak, and she didn't either, electing instead to nervously twiddle her thumbs. You relieved the joy and happiness you felt at the time, forgetting about the time you threw your oil-stained work clothes in the filthy laundry basket labeled dry clean only. The cape was stained in iridescent oil long ago. This little story absolutely wrecked me on the first read-through of this thing. Good God, wholesomeness in one little tiny package. Also, that is a picture that needs to exist. A tiny little baby Vanini just disappearing in the plumage of Paganini, and just a head pokes out. Good God, these two. You know, these three stories, or the whole story here in general, just makes me more appreciate the fact that they didn't kill off Paganini. Good God, am I even more happier that they didn't kill the good old owl man off, because purely for Vanini's sake, I am happy that he's still around. My God. Phew. Anyway, we move on to our final little thing, which is the first patron firearm. The first firearm Vanini made as an apprentice, completed under the guidance of her Magister Paganini. Its manufacture makes it clear it was created by a novice, but its various innovations are proof enough of her talent as a gunsmith. And we know the backstory a bit more, of course, for this gun, because this was the gun that was pretty much used at the end of the Master's Travel, and we got to also hear that Vanini made the gun pretty much in the last moments of the story, as the crisis was going crazier and crazier. And of course, Paganini will also help her out later, as we saw at the end of the story, to probably improve the gun. Or rather, he will probably give her tips and Vanini will improve the gun by herself. But yeah, that is the Vanini section. Very wholesome is pretty much all I can say. Maybe saying very wholesome is just an understatement. Heartbreaking and very wholesome because of Vanini's circumstances from what drove the two of them together. By the way, a very interesting thing, just coming back to the whole cape thing. I know it's probably not the same thing, because in her current, like, young adult sort of art style that she has right now, she does have that jacket with like the almost like plumage on the neck portion. I would like to imagine, probably it isn't the case, probably it's just something that that was bought in a store, but I would like to imagine that that they went out of their way and made another cape, but made a jacket. So she can always wear the plumage with her. That would be absolutely sweet. But yeah, this was the full story for Vanini in this section, and it is, like I said, a very wholesome one. And we will now move on to our second one. Our second character is gonna be a pairing. This one is for Mostima and Fiammetta. So, let's see how Paganini's adventures went with the two of them. We begin with our first item on the list, which is simply a target. And it says, in the evening you find a large stack of documents in the filing cabinet. Hidden away for years, their pages long yellowed. You think back to all those years ago, to the first time St. Theodore's Comprehensive School invited you to make patron firearms for their students. First semester comprehensive shooting course rankings, year redacted. First, Fiammetta. Second, Lemuel. Third, Mostima. Fourth, Celia. Second semester comprehensive shooting course rankings, year redacted. First, Lemuel. Second, Fiametta. Third, Mostima. Fourth, Chalia. First semester comprehensive shooting course rankings, year redacted. First, Fiametta. Second, Lemuel. Third, Mostima. Fourth, Chalia. Class of redacted graduates. Patron firearm manufacturer list. First, Lemuel. Second, Mostima. Third, Chalia. You flipped through the files one after the other and blurted out to the teacher that the child named Fiametta wasn't on the list. You were informed she was a liberi. The regret clouding the teacher's eyes left you at a loss. You feel frustrated, ignoring the fact that you never brought that list back to your workshop after perusing it. So yeah, here we see a sort of breakdown of how Fiametta, Lemuen's and Mostima's days in school went, and despite all of the progress and the achievements Fiametta had in shooting competitions, obviously because she was not a Sankta, she will never get a patron firearm. At least not commissioned, of course. She can get firearms, but not patron firearms. There's a big distinction between those two. But at the end of the day, I like the little addition in here where it says, the regret clouding the teacher's eyes left you at a loss. So despite everything, despite all that we know about Sankta and how tightly knit they are and how pretty much one-sided mind they are when it comes to the whole being empathetic with other races and everything, this teacher definitely recognized the achievements of Fiametta and how good she is. I mean, we also learned in the Masses Travel, I think there was a mention in there where it said how good she was with a firearm, but obviously she never can get a patron firearm. But here we do see the whole thing of that. Even the teachers at the school were kind of like, well, we can't do shit against this, right? Despite the fact that she definitely deserves a patron firearm with all those achievements. But yeah, the law is the law, of course, so it cannot happen, sadly. But anyway, we move on to our second item, which is the raisin cake. And it says, at night, you find a piece of cake in the refrigerator. After sating your hunger, you think back to how astonished you were the first time you had it. Every time they were done with a mission, that one squad would always come to your workshop for weapon maintenance, bringing with them some of that cake you adored. The Sanktas treated their patron firearms like their babies, hoping you would clean them with utmost gentleness. The liberi, on the other hand, would always ask you questions with a straight face. Can you make the grenade launcher fire further? Can you improve the rifling? Changing out the attachments is a pain in the ass. Anything you can do to fix it? At least until you told her you could, but first she had to be okay with swapping out the transmitter, since the current one was barely more than a worn-out lump of iron. As straight-faced as ever, she said, "Then swap it already." She sighed with relief that this wasn't a patron. You sighed with relief that this wasn't a patron firearm. If it were, its owner would have been going mad with worry over the damage. She turned back to her friends, one of them sobbing her eyes out over having to change her gun's sights. Soon after, the corners of the liberi's mouth turned upwards, and she said rather happily, "Good thing I don't have a guardian gun." You are enraptured by the taste, forgetting that these raisin cakes were never actually that tasty, since there were always pranksters embedding odd-tasting candy in them. So yeah, another interesting look at the whole thing here, how Sankta treat their patron firearms, because they are basically, because of the connection they have to a patron firearm, they're treating the gun as pretty much just an extension of themselves, right? So the moment they have to replace a part on them because of wear and tear or any kind of damage done to the gun, it's gonna be a very personal thing for them. So from Fiametta's aspect here, as she just goes up to the gunsmith and is like, "I need this replaced. Do it. Done. Okay, moving on." For her, it is still a companion, of course. It is still a tool she's using and she's attached to it, but obviously she's not as attached to the whole thing as a Sankta is to their patron firearm. And also, considering that the story here goes that it's it's Fiammetta and her squad coming into the workshop to get maintenance done. I would like to imagine it's either Mostima bawling her eyes out because of something that needs to be replaced, or probably Lemuyen, considering they're mentioning a gun sight, right? And considering Lemuyen is using a sniper, she would be probably the first one to have a gun with a sight on it. So who knows? It's probably one of the two, maybe it's someone random, but considering we don't get a mention about anybody else random in this little short story, one of them was crying about having the sight on the gun replaced. But anyway, we move on to the third story, which is titled Old Pocket Watch. And it says, late at night you raise your head while in the middle of work to check the time. It's nearly midnight. You remember the last time Senora Fiammetta came to your workshop. It was rather late at night too. She was in a gloomy mood as she told you the owner of the Gun of the Year was already far from Laterano, and that before she left, all she did was give Fiammetta a pocket watch, telling her to look after it. She rubbed her forehead as she grumbled. They all got over it, but I just can't. I'm always one step behind them, I get it. Just like this watch. That woman went and gave me a watch that can't even keep time. You handed her a cup of wine, took the pocket watch she handed to you, and got its mechanisms working again. Its hands leaping back to life. You suddenly realize why Mostima left her pocket watch with her. I think, You choose your words carefully as you try to console her. Look at the watch, Senora Fiammetta. The second and minute hands are both swift, but while the hour hand may lag behind them, at midnight the three will always reunite, and a new day will dawn. These three hands, they come together to form this watch. She sighed, broke out into a smile, then left. You continue on with your work, so busy you forgot that Fiammetta never came by that day. So yeah, again, the whole thing of Fiammetta feeling left behind by the other two, that the two of them made peace with what happened. Well, they didn't really make peace with what happened, they just learned to live with it way faster than Fiammetta did. And for Fiammetta, as we saw in the Masses Travel, even there where she once again gets an opportunity to talk to Anduin, she is still pissed at him and she will probably never forgive him. Now, will she learn to live with him and live with what happened? Maybe. Probably. More than likely. But for her, it's gonna take, as pretty much metaphorically stated by this story as well, it will take her a bit more time than the other two, who are moving faster than her, but she'll get there. She'll definitely get there. Anyway, our final thing in here is the Unclaimed Firearm Order gift box. Mostima's second gun, commissioned by her friend Fiammetta as a birthday gift. Very expensive, with quality to match, unanimously praised by the gunsmiths of Villa Borgos and honored with that year's Gun of the Year award. So, very interesting. So even nowadays, in Paganini's shop, there is potentially a still wrapped gun that was made for Fiammetta just before she left Laterano because she fell. So, sorry, I almost said Fiammetta. Mostima has a second gun that was never claimed and is still sitting there. I wonder if that will come back somehow to be active again, if she's gonna pick it up or if it's just gonna stay there, or maybe Fiammetta will pick it up and use it herself, but I highly doubt that as a possibility. I do wonder though if Mostima will actually one day go back to Paganini and claim this gift that was left for her. But yeah, that was the section about Mostima and Fiammetta and their connection to Paganini himself. So now we move on to an old friend of Paganini, Patricion. Alright, so let's see what the old man had in store for us in his 3 items and the gun at the end. First, we are starting with a Medal of Honor, and it says, in the evening you receive a greeting from an old friend. As you think back to the little moments when you were friends, your mind is left in disarray. The silver papal gun knight medal, established by then Pope Ludovico IV on February 14th of 1029. He was made to honor trainee knights who displayed especially outstanding skill, allowing them to skip the final examinations and formally join the gun knights early. The youngest of these recipients, Patricion, was only 26 years of age. At the award ceremony, you were part of the crowd. You saw the Pope himself pin the medal onto Patricion. Your younger cousin Gia was holding your hand tightly, transmitting both her excitement and nervousness to you. After paying his respects to the Pope, he scanned the crowd anxiously. You and Gia held your arms up high, shouting as much as you could. The moment he saw the two of you, he broke out into a smile. You looked at him as he looked back, your heart full of pride. The two of you had a pact. If he managed to get this medal, then you'd trust that giant gun you made recently to him. You had voiced your doubts, but in your heart you knew there was nobody else worthier to wield your masterpiece aside from that smiling, splendid little bastard. You don't answer his message, throwing your communicator aside in irritation, completely forgetting that at the time it wasn't you who locked eyes with him, but Gia. So yeah, for our first look into the past and the connection between Paganini and Patricion, and also Paganini's cousin Gia, who we're gonna learn a bit more in the second item about her. But yeah, a very interesting look back. Again, Patricion was very young when he achieved what he achieved, and then later he would be given his big beefy both shield and Gatling gun firearm that Paganini made, and that was essentially his masterpiece of a gun. Anyway, we move on to the second item, which is the grandmother's necklace, and it says, at night you receive a necklace from Colombia in the mail. It looks very familiar and you can't help but wonder where you've seen it before. Patri, Amia's leaving you this necklace. If you ever find the right girl one day, give it to her to wear, then bring her to my grave for me to have a look. July would be best. The jasmines will be in bloom. The portion of Patricion's grandmother's will concerning him. That day you saw Patricion putting that necklace around Gia's neck as she looked down bashfully. Their wedding was to be in July, and you were their best man, organizing the entire wedding in the Loverbird's place. When the two of them confessed their relationship to you, at first you were angry at them for hiding it from you, but that anger quickly turned to joy. You had long hoped he would become a part of your family. After all, ever since his grandmother passed, he was the only one left in his. The necklace comes with news of Gia's death. You endured the grief, forgetting how on that day you weren't actually that happy. Gia had whispered to you about how her knee was always aching lately. So yeah, quick breakdown of this. This is pretty much in all of the steps. The necklace is an item that was handed first to Patricion from his past grandmother as a hand-me-down essentially, and as a gift to whoever Patricion wants to marry in the future, which in this case is gonna be Gia, or was supposed to be Gia. But after Gia's passing, apparently somewhere in the area of Colombia, considering this is from where Paganini receives the mail essentially, this is making full circle and coming back to him essentially. But yeah, also very interesting is the fact that Patricion was about to marry Liberi, which is probably a very rare thing to happen in Laterano. And also the statement here at the end of this paragraph, after all, ever since his grandmother passed, he was the only one left in his, pretty much signaling that after Patricion's grandmother passed away, died, he was the only family left to him. So considering that Paganini and him were already best buds to quite the nth degree. Him marrying into Paganini's family through Gia was probably a very joyous moment for Paganini, and well, we know how it ended. Also, the last paragraph here saying that Gia was complaining just before she got diagnosed with neuropathy, was complaining that there was some kind of aching pain lately in her knee. That was probably the neuropathy starting to show itself. And yeah, we know how it went after that. Anyway, we have the third item, which is the incoming mail. And it says, late at night you take out a letter from inside a safe. A letter Gia entrusted you with to give Patricion. You never did. You think back. Mission notice. Date of mission 0721. Mission objective, exiling an neuropathy patient from the Holy City. Executor, Patricion. From June to July, you looked for Patricion countless times, hoping there could be some room for negotiation. Even if Gia had to stay at a covenant outside the Holy City, it would be fine. But he was silent, spitting out only a single sentence after a long while. The law cannot be violated. You gave Gia a hug before sending her off to the waiting convoy outside the city. Outside of the Holy City. It was a raging hot July, but her hands were ice cold. Patricion stood by the convoy, carrying his gun. Not saying a word, he glanced incessantly at you and Gia, but he never dared to look the two of you in the face. You put the letter and necklace back into the safe, deleting Patricion's number. As you do so, grief made you forget that you never had his number. So yeah, this is the final moments of sending Gia out of the city, exiling her essentially. And again, all of this is painting such a good picture about why Patricion was so enamored by the whole dream, right? Why he was so gung-ho about it. Patricion was someone who was always kind of like a stickler, or very, well, yeah, stickler for rules, I think would be all, or the laws would be pretty much a good example, pretty much a good analogy of how he was as a person. And he never really put the law aside. He never did so until the very end, until in the last moments of the Masses Travel story, where Paganini got shot and he probably thought that Paganini died at that moment. That was his rattle. That was the moment that rattled him finally free from being such a stickler for the rules and actually doing something for once that is not given to him by the law and the regulations and the laws in general. And he did so by offering Vanini to shoot him and essentially fall as a Sankta and save herself from the empathy that was surrounding them. And yeah, it was a very selfless move. It was both a selfless and a very selfish move, honestly, at that point, because he was also doing that for his own self. Kind of very weirdly put. You could say it was a very liberating bullet for him at that moment to be set free, essentially, himself and to also save someone else at the same time. So yeah, very interesting aspect to both of them. But we have one more thing in here, which is the Arknights rotary machine gun. The gun that made Paganini famous, and Patricion's first heavy firearm after becoming a gun knight. Artisanal machining and military standardization joined together to form a masterpiece. So yeah, pretty much both functioning as a shield and as a minigun. That is quite the beefy thing. And even more so than not, this thing, as indicated by the Masses Travels, was something that was made from old blueprints, and no one was able to make it until Paganini finally stepped in, and he managed to construct this thing and made it work. And at the same time, Patricion was the only one who was able to actually wheel this thing around and fire it, even before he got his armor, which, again, as a reminder, just like in other places, like, for example, the Knights in Kazimirs, essentially, they are also wielding power armor, essentially, that is powered up by some weird juices or something that they are using as lubricants and power sources for the whole thing. Well, pretty much everybody in this world who is like an elite amongst elites, or like the elite guard or something, kind of wears some kind of form of power armor on them that is in some way or form kind of enhancing their capabilities. But yeah, Patricium being so stupidly strong for a Sankta, by the way, this is not something that Sanktas are known for, to be physically strong. They're adept at arts and guns, who, again, as a reminder, the guns in this world are essentially magical weapons. They're firing by channeling an impulse, a thought, in a sense, a spark of arts, essentially, into the firing mechanism to fire bullets. Harry Potter, but with guns, as I like to call it. But yeah, the guy was already so physically strong that he was able to wield this thing without problems. Well, probably with some repercussions, but not many compared to everybody else. So that is crazy. But yeah, that was the whole story and stuff for Patricium. So we move on to our fourth and final character, Edida, our final character for this section. So let's begin with her little stories here, beginning with the dentist's mirror. And it says, in the depths of the fridge, there is always a carton of your sinful pleasure hidden away. Ice cream. In the early morning, you dig out a big scoop, but just as you are about to bring it to your beak, there is a knock at the door. You open the door to see Edida, the neighbor's young daughter, holding a thick stack of leaflets. With a resigned sigh, you say, "You know it's not even 5 in the morning yet, right, kid?" The girl simply bats her eyelashes before letting out a sly smile.
But you're a nocturnally berry, right?
You sigh and take a leaflet, the giant cautionary slogan domineering your view and reminding you to avoid harmful sugar. You are reminded of the pamphlet stuffing your mailbox, inviting you to take part in the neighborhood meetings every week, where discussions on how to expel dessert shops from the neighborhood, no, all of Laterano, take place. You suddenly realize why this house was so cheap. No ordinary Lateran could tolerate living next to these insane dentists who wouldn't stop talking about fluoridate toothpaste. Want something to eat before you go, Edida?
Thanks, but that's not going to work on me. I won't be tempted by the evil desserts in your fridge.
That's not it, Edida. I just thought you still don't fully understand your enemy. You wink as you stuff a carton of ice cream into her hands. So yeah, very, very funny. Edida's whole family obviously has a very has a tooth to pick. Sorry, not story. But yeah, they have essentially they're essentially, because they're dentists, on a warpath with anything sugary, because that destroys teeth, of course, if you're not obviously cleaning them properly. So you know, they will be, because of what they're propagating, they will be hated by the Sankta in general, which is obviously, or rather, should I say, I find it funny that they are being so kind of shunned aside by the Sankta that even property around the house of these people is being sold at a cheaper price, purely because they live there. Which is so kind of funny and kind of evil at the same time. Well, you know what I mean. It's very, very, very evil to some degree, but also kind of funny at the same time. But yeah, anyway, we move on to the second item, the kid's toothbrush, and it says, "It's now midnight, and you're still enjoying your sinful ice cream without a care in the land. Suddenly, a wave of knocking hammers at your door. You open it. You see Edida, her face covered in tears. Her mouth opens wide due to her weeping, and you notice that where her 2 incisors should be, there is only gaps.
I'm being punished because of your wicked ice cream. My teeth fell out.
You sigh and hand her some tissues as you try to console her. No, you're just at that age where you get new teeth, Edida.
Teeth falling out is a punishment. The original sin of The Sankta is loving desserts.
No matter what you say, she does not stop wailing. Her tears do not stop either, as if her eyes were broken faucets. It is not long before the wastebasket is full of soggy tissues. What's it gonna take for you to stop crying?
I don't know either. Right now, it's just my teeth falling out, but what if my halo gets cavities next? There's nothing you can do to make me feel better. Just give up.
I've got a new flavor of ice cream in my fridge. Want some?
Yeah.
If you have some, will you stop crying? The girl sobs as she opens the carton of ice cream. In your heart, you smirk. What Sankta could resist the allure of sweet ice cream? No one. That's who.
All your teeth will fall out eventually, you know.
That's not going to work on me. I don't have teeth. I grind up my food with gastroliths. I like this I just love this last part. I really have to imagine that she's just saying this out of spite under her mouth if she's stuffing her face with ice cream. At the end of the day, she's still a little kid, despite the fact that she's propagating some evil wickedness. Oh, good God. I do wonder what her parents are filling her head with, considering everything. I mean, we did see or hear about how she sees the world, especially the whole sugar stuff, but my God. Anyway, we move on to the third item, which is the price of sweets. Late at night, you open the miniature fridge under your bed, only to discover you've already eaten all your ice cream. All that is left is a lonely salad. You sigh and open it up, but then a familiar chain of knocks rap against your door. You open the door, but rather than who you expected, it is your neighbor holding a thick stack of leaflets while inviting you to participate in next week's neighborhood meeting. You take a leaflet, noting that it is no longer about how to stop desserts from entering the neighborhood, but rather a joint discussion on how to help Idita spread the good word of sugar-free ice cream across all of Laterano. Your neighbor proudly chats with you about the girl in question. Say, thanks to my girl inventing sugar-free ice cream, Laterano will finally receive salvation. To whoever gave her this revelation, may fluoridate toothpaste bless you. You give an embarrassed smile, saying you'll definitely attend if you have the time. After sending off your neighbor, you return to your desk and prepare to eat your dinner. But once more, you are rudely interrupted by more knocks on your door. You open the door to see Idita smiling, a gap-toothed smile.
As the one who gave me the revelation of sugar-free ice cream, would you like to make an investment?
Absolutely not, little girl.
Then would you like to try some?
You note that the leafy greens in the carton have no vinaigrette on them. Yeah. And here we have the reverse. And here in this story we have the reverse, where in the previous story she begrudgingly accepted the sugar ice cream that was handed to her, and that apparently sparked an interesting thought in her brain, where she started to experiment until she made sugar-free versions, and now she's shoving that ice cream back at at Paganini. And as we saw from the first story, he is definitely her first and most valued customer. Anyway, the final item in here is the sugar-free ice cream. The first batch of sugar-free ice cream Idita made. Paganini at the gunsmithy is her only regular customer, there we go. Even with her door-to-door sales technique, most Laterans still see it as heresy. I love this part. Of course they will. Of course they will see any sugar-free product as absolute heresy. Good lord. The sugar is what keeps them running after all. But yeah, very funny story to end up with between the four groups of characters that Paganini has associated with throughout his life. Very funny one to end up on, definitely. But yeah, Lateranos will definitely, or Sankta will definitely see any sugar-free product as absolute heresy, because at the end of the day, it's never fully stated, even in this story where we got like a shit ton of revelations, we only got stated that the halos and the wings, of course, essentially are something that is a byproduct of the gift that was bestowed upon them from the law. And of course, logical statement is that if you're using a higher function of your brain, if you're pretty much on a continuous drive using your brain, like for example, if you are 24/7 studying, well, your brain will crave a shit ton of sugar, so, you know, Laterans consuming a frick ton of sugar is kind of like the norm because they need it. But it became part of their daily lives, so sugar-free products are definitely gonna be something that they're gonna be very appalled to. Even down to the line to call it absolute heresy. Exterminatus? But yeah. Anyway, that is our 4 characters, so now we will move into the workshop log. Alright then, so we have 5 notes in this notebook or workshop log, so let's see what they're gonna tell us additionally to all the stories that we went through. Beginning with the first one, which is Broken Lens, and it says, "The gun is made, days of work done. You curl up on the sofa and shut your eyes in slumber. You dream of when you were small, on the road to the holy city as mother walked and walked with you in her arms. Afraid to look at anything, you listen to your surroundings. Hearing talk of malice in small towns, frightening roars from the forests, as well as shrieks and screams of people being killed by robbers on the barrens. You tremble non-stop, burying your head under your mother's wings fruitlessly in an attempt to block out the sounds, until an ear-splitting gunshot sounds. Soon, there is only silence around you, and you begin to calm down. You lift your head from your mother's arms and turn 180 degrees to see a halo with a long gun smoking underneath it. You realize at once, Laterano lies right up ahead." So first off, I know that he is pretty much an owl for the most part. I mean, he resembles a human mostly like in just shape alone and the fact that he walks on two legs, but then again, almost all birds are bipedal, but still, at the same time, still sounds absolutely freaky, this one line of turning his head 180 degree. Yeah, owls can do that. They can turn their heads 180 degree and look pretty much straight backwards. But that had to be freaky for anybody who saw at that moment. Oh my god. But yeah, overall, first story is about him reaching Laterano with his mother as they were slowly approaching it over the barrens, over the deserts, over the towns, all the while having to avoid any kind of bandits or wildlife or other things. And finally, when they made it to the city, then the gun knights and other Sankta finally stepped in to escort them the rest of the way. Our next letter in here is the empty case, and it says, "The gun is made, days of work done. You curl up on the sofa and shut your eyes in slumber. You dream of when you were young, when you got into the gunsmithing program under a teacher's recommendation with your excellent grades. In school, everyone regards you as the best, but no one ever considers that you will become the best gunsmith among your peers after graduation. In class, your magister tells you, 'Paganini, if only you were Sankta, you could understand even better what I talk about.' A classmate tells you, 'Paganini, oh, I forgot you're not a Sankta. It's fine, I'll just repeat it.' You don't know how to respond and can only smile in return. Then look down at the scattered parts on the table. Your magister once again assembling a gun is a profound language of its own, and perhaps you may not comprehend what these Sanktas are talking about, but you understand these parts. You are a master of talking to guns. So yeah, very interesting, even at a young age when he was still in school and was still being taught about how to make guns, assemble them, disassemble them, and all of that. He was still already kind of in a position of being a master at what he's doing, or slowly becoming a master rather. I do again being reminded through the story that yeah, Sankta are relying a bit too much on their empathy. At least the Sankta that are inside of Laterano are relying a bit too much on their empathy. But I will give them credit for the fact that at least this guy from his class that was kind of, I guess, trying to communicate with Paganini empathetically, suddenly realized that he can't, and then still will do the whole shtick of properly talking to the guy, which is a good thing, which means he isn't a complete asshole. He will still go out of his way to actually convey what he wants to tell him. Anyway, we move on to the third entry, which is empty frame. The gun is made, days of work done, you curl up on the sofa and shut your eyes in slumber. You dream of the day when you finally open your workshop. It is just an inconspicuous shop in an inconspicuous corner of Via Borgos, but you are incomparably content that you have it all. Your life is inextricably connected to guns. They saved you, became your companions, and today they are a pillar of your life. You are grateful for all that they have brought you. That day, you take a photo with Patricio. He holds that large caliber revolving antique gun and bears a foolish grin on his face, as Gia holds the camera, asking the both of you to tone your smiles down. So immersed in joy you two are, it is an impossible feat. You frame the photo just as you frame both Patricio and Gia in your future, along with the guns, forever and ever. So yeah, once again hammering the whole thing home of how much Patricio and Gia meant to Paganini. And of course, after Patricio had to exile Gia, and then also getting the news of Gia's passing, that kinda shattered a lot of stuff inside of Paganini, as we all already know. But yeah, another peek at the whole thing of how much the three of them were pretty much a tightly knit family already. Our fourth entry in here is the empty sculpture, and it says, "The final gun is made, your work is done, you curl up on the sofa and shut your eyes to sleep. But you fail, and after tossing about several times, you finally get up from the sofa in frustration. The workshop will be closed, and all relevant work will be taken over by the Shrine of Gunsmithing. Now you are the only one in the workshop. There are no customers or apprentices, and finally you feel the reality of the workshop's closure. Guns have kept you company your whole life, and you feel sorrow over having to part with them. You sigh in silence, sitting within the darkness, bidding farewell to the workshop you poured so much sweat and tears over. Right now you have so much to say. Unfortunately, a knock on the door interrupts your thoughts. You do not want to pay it any mind, but the man dressed like a functionary walks right in. Hello? Anybody home? So yeah, that is Amos walking in, as we saw in the story. We know how the rest of the story goes from here, but a nice little build up here to just picture the whole thing of, again, gunsmithing and everything meant the world to Paganini despite everything that happened in his life, despite him losing his friendship with Patricio, despite losing a family member and everything that happened to him. He still valued the whole thing, it was part of him, and having to close that because of what was happening in the beginning of the story for the Masses Travels was definitely a huge damper on his life. Which, luckily, we know now that he is gonna be continuing that, or rather, not him specifically, but Vanini will continue in his place, and he will probably impart more knowledge onto her as long as he is still around. But anyway, we move on to the final note entry here, which is titled Workshop Key. Early morning, a ray of sunlight shines through a workshop window, reminding you it's time to put an end to work and leave. You pick up the key, get to your feet and exit, close the door, and walk out of the dark into the warm sun. So yeah, this one is very poetic. I don't know if this one is supposed to be taking place after the whole thing when he closed down the shop and was leaving, during the whole dream scenario thing, or if that is at some point later. Because now he doesn't have to worry about gunsmithing anymore. As we've already saw, he has an apprentice that is taking over the shop, and he can sleep well and let the new generation take over for him. Especially because the new generation is pretty much his own daughter, his own adopted daughter. So yeah, someone will take over. Kind of a nice little analogy here, or a metaphor here rather, with him essentially leaving the sunrise probably representing the new generation picking up where the old one left. But yeah, also the only letter that starts with early morning, a ray of sunshine. Every other one is the gun is made, your work is done, you go and sleep, essentially, in all of these. So definitely a change, and definitely a step into the future. But yeah, that is this whole section for A Firearm Technician's Night. So, very interesting. And again, all of these stories share one thing in common, and that is the fact that they are shining a bit of a brighter light onto the whole story and the involvement of all of these characters in the main story. Outside of Idira at the end of the day, and her whole family do seem like they are very divergent from the Sankta in general, like we saw with other Sankta as well, that were specifically selected by the law to be kind of like, I guess, contingency plans or something to keep it in check. But Idira and her family also seem to be like kind of like a special case in the whole thing. But yeah, outside of that, the other stories definitely share a bit more of a bigger picture as to both the characters, especially the Patrizian and the Vanini part. And we get a bit of extra lore with the Mostima and Fiammetta part. So yeah, this was overall very insightful to read through and get a bit more detail on all of these characters at the end of the day. But anyway, with this section done, we move on to our third section of this video, which is gonna be the two files for both Lemuyen and EXUSIAI, the New Covenant. So let's go in that order. Operator Lemuyen full file. So let's see what this full file can teach us about the happenings in Laterano post the Masses Travel story, about Lemuyen herself of course, and her sister Lemuel. So let's take it from the top and see what's in here. Basic info: codename Lemuyen, gender female, combat experience 12 years, place of birth Laterano, date of birth May 21st, race Sankta, height 169 centimeters, nice. Infection status: medical tests have confirmed that no infection is present. A very interesting thing here at the beginning immediately is the fact that she goes by her own name as a code name, which is obviously not unheard of, but I guess in this case it can be argued away by the fact that she is a cardinal of the 7th Tribunal, so she is in an official position and probably has to keep her own name as a code name. But anyway, we move on to the physical exam. Physical strength, flawed. Mobility, standard. Absolute lie. Physical resilience, flawed. Tactical acumen, outstanding. And combat skill, excellent. Originium arts assimilation, standard. Again, mobility standard. Have you seen what this woman can do with a wheelchair? Anyway, we move on to the profile. Lemuyen is a citizen of Laterano entitled to the rights listed in clauses 1 through 13 of the Laterano Constitution. She is currently a cardinal of the Lateran Curia's 7th Tribunal. While Lemuyen claims to be visiting Rhode Island as the family of an operator, her presence here must be treated as an official visit by a representative of Laterano. During her visit, she will provide us assistance in accordance with our agreement. So that is the excuse as to how she is on board. Anyway, we move on to the clinical analysis. The beginning here is the normal jargon of non-infected, nothing to report on the organs. Moving on, cellular originium is obviously 0% because of that. And then we get to the blood test, which says blood originium crystal density 0.12 units per liter, which again is a normal amount to have in your bloodstream, considering originium is everywhere, and just like in real life, anything that is surrounding you will leave a trace amount of itself in your bloodstream. I mean, just look at the microplastic thing, right? Anyway, moving on. Lemuyen submitted her full patient records from Stevonos Central Hospital. We agree with her conclusion that continued rehabilitation and avoidance of secondary injury may allow her to regain the ability to walk, but it is a process that could take years or even decades. There is no guarantee that she will walk normally again in her lifetime. Lemuyen was very calm when we explained this to her, as though she had expected it. That afternoon she brought us desserts, calling them a token of gratitude for the care we showed during the examination. I know what she was truly thanking us for, though. It was for telling her the truth. Yeah, the truth is painful, but when someone is truthful with you in these kinds of situations, it's much appreciated. Moving on to Archive File number 1. After being created Cardinal, Lemuyen gave the 7th Tribunal's office a complete makeover, connecting several floors and making a rest space in the atrium. Office areas were rearranged based on function and interaction, and a dedicated channel for transferring physical documents was created in order to address the inefficiency and risks of human delivery. She also set up suggestion boxes for various areas in the atrium that cover a wide range of issues, from the 7th Tribunal's policies to the cafeteria menu. She reads and responds to each suggestion personally. Yes, the office building of the 7th Tribunal has been completely rebuilt. It is now more like a computer than an office, with Cardinal Lemuyen as the central processing unit. It is fortunate to have a colleague who understands the value of efficiency and has successfully implemented such a system. If only she were allowed to hold positions across multiple tribunals. From Executor Federico in his report after a joint project. So yeah, very funny. He enjoys this efficiency that she set up, where it's pretty much like a computer system. Of course he would, right? Continuing on, report on renovation of the 7th Tribunal's office area. The renovation of the 7th Tribunal's office is now complete. Expenses were within budget and quality checks are complete. The new office area is now ready for use. Note: a minor incident occurred during renovation, but has been properly resolved and did not result in any material impact on the project. Review Committee meeting minutes. This minor incident she mentions was a chain explosion caused by stray fireworks from a passing procession. Numerous unauthorized personnel entered the scene and held an impromptu explosion party with the construction team, resulting in a scene of extreme chaos. How's that a minor incident? It occurred on the afternoon of the 23rd, but the inspection reports on the morning of the 24th said no issues, right? Cardinal Lemuyen must have dealt with it on her own. Should we have a talk with her? She could have requested our assistance for accidents like these. She used to report them, but all our response officers could do once they arrived was stare at the spotless scene after everything was already dealt with. Send an announcement to remind the other departments and teams. As for Cardinal Lemuyen, well, I guess that's who she is. Followed by a excerpt from EXUSIAI. That's what my sister was like at home too. Not just the suggestion boxes. She always has everything figured out, from how we decided where to go on a trip, how we make up after a fight, and how we treat each other at home. As for trouble I used to cause when I was little, I've lost count of how many times she smoothed things over for me. So yeah, someone who has the reins on everything at all times. That, honestly, just thinking about something like that is very exhausting, but just shows how capable she is. And again, feeds back into the whole thing what we learned about her in the main portion of the Masses Travel story, where once she decides on something she sets her sights on, that is how it's gonna be done. Also just shows how capable she is in organizing just a cleanup of something that is under construction and was absolutely probably demolished by people overnight with fireworks. Very quick and very efficient. Anyway, Archive File number 2. The first time I've observed my biological father, he did not know I was watching him. The moment our eyes met, he frantically made my powdered milk and changed my diapers. For a long time, he seemed to believe that I only looked at him when I was hungry, sleepy, or needed my diaper changed. After my grandmother died and he separated from my biological mother, something seemed to change in him. He would come to my crib every day to talk to me, telling me about his loneliness and helplessness. I understood very little of what he said at the time, but it was more interesting listening to him than staring at the ceiling. As I listened to him talk, I started to imagine strange things, picturing him shrinking until he was smaller than I was, lying on a bed, unable to move. That was how I understood the concept of growing old at the time, and in my imagination I would be sitting by his bedside talking to him. That was when I first said the word Papa, and this light appeared above my head. The first time I observed our parents, they didn't know I was watching them either. They stood for a long time at the door to my room, playing rubber bullet roulette to decide what was for supper as they peeked into my room. When they left, I saw them high-five each other for opening the car door at the exact same time, like two little kids. I started imagining them taking me to a lake outside the city with me in between them, making footprints both shallow and deep in the shores and walking over each other's. When the sun set, we'd look back and see that we'd only left a single row of footprints, and we'd high-five each other like three little kids. That was when I told the notarial hall officer that I liked that family. The first time I observed you were lying in your crib, but I had a feeling that you knew I was watching you. Do you remember how you grabbed my hair and tried to eat it? You called me sis before I could react. That was when I truly began to treat you as a sister. Yes, I started treating you as my dear sister because I pictured us being with each other. What exactly did I see? That's a secret, but I'm not telling you this as a riddle. I just wanted you to know that what I see in my head aren't predictions or even expectations for the future. I've never decided to get along with somebody simply because I predicted that I'd be happy with them. Besides, none of those images ever come true. I never had the chance to care for my biological father in his old age, and adopt our parents and I will ever walk on a lakeshore together. But I feel like if you're going to be spending a lot of time with someone, you should be able to clearly imagine what that would look like. Only then can I be confident in us building that relationship. So, those Rhode Island operators you've been introducing me to, the ones who can use prophetic arts, maybe we'll become friends, but I won't ask them to predict my future. If I really could tell the future and everything I pictured came true, that's when I would stop trying to get along with anyone. That is a very interesting outlook on everything around herself. I do like that she was already, even as a baby, she was already so cognitive that she was kind of imagining how it must feel to be growing up even before she spoke her first words. Obviously, her first words being Papa, aka Dad. Yeah, a very interesting thing. The second paragraph being about her getting adopted by EXUSIAI's parents, of course, and her imagining their life with them. This is pretty much what her thought process was. In the story of the Master's Travels, we did get a little glimpse into her first meeting of the parents and her observing the parents, but then she retreated back for a couple of days and thought it over, and this is probably the process here, what she was imagining. She was imagining essentially how her life would be with these people. Is it people I want to be around with? Are they gonna be good parents? Am I gonna be vibing with them? Pretty much this entire last here section is pretty much the whole summary of this whole thing. Imagine yourself with the person you are thinking you want to be with, and imagine if that life would be a good one or a bad one. And from there, make your decisions, right? I can vibe with that mindset, quite honestly. It is quite the important mindset to have, actually, when you're committing to any kind of long-standing relationships. But anyway, let's move on to archive file number 3. Relic Inquiry Request. To whom it may concern, Notarial Hall. We did not find Lemuen's baby handprints and footprints among the effects of her biological parents after we adopted her. She has expressed a strong desire for them, and we consider it very important for her mental health. We would like to ask whether they are currently in your possession and whether it is possible to transfer them to us. On July 19th, 1073. Followed by a complaint letter, family suggestion box. Why does sis always take so long in the shower? She's in the bathroom for like half an hour after the sound of water stops. What's she doing in there? Can we at least make it so she's always the last to shower at night? From L in the year of 1085, August 2nd. A audio log in the year 1101 on September 23rd. They cut out a shot with blood in the scene, didn't they? No, I'm not complaining, I just happened to notice. Most people don't notice. Yes, I know. No, I'm not thirsty for more bloodshed in the movies I watch. Although I guess I have made you watch quite a few splatter films with me. You're curious why I pay attention to these things? Unlike a lot of critics, I don't think blood and gore are sacrilegious. They mean something to me. When I was little, I took a lot of time in the shower. No, I wasn't obsessed with cleanliness, but I would observe myself in the mirror after turning off the water, just like I observed everyone else. Just as I see in others the possibility of getting along with them, I saw my own possibilities in myself. I would imagine the places this body could take me, the things we could do together. It began at a very young age, maybe as early as when my biological father bought my baby handprints and footprints. Isn't it amazing that my hands and feet could permanently leave their marks somewhere? I imagined a lot of things. The more I imagined, the more I got along comfortably with myself. But you know what happened next. When I was bedridden, I didn't dare look in a mirror for a long time. I knew I didn't have any scars, and I wasn't worried about being ugly. I just feared that I wouldn't be able to get along with myself like I used to. That is, until Mostima started playing movies in my ward. It was a B-movie like we used to see in theaters, one with more than its fair share of gore. But when I saw that blood on screen, instead of making me uneasy, I felt a strange sense of comfort. Because that's all there is to the human body. This body I'd observed for so long, isn't it? A bag of blood and meat that could fall apart at any time. It's not really logical, but when I saw all that gore, I suddenly felt foolish for entrusting all of my possibilities to this sack of meat. And even if it no longer listens to me, perhaps I was still in charge of my own future. I spent a few more years in the hospital, but I used that time to accomplish something quite impressive. You want to know what it was? It's this wheelchair I'm sitting in, most of which I designed from the hospital bed. Would you like to hear everything it can do? Very funny anecdote, very funny thing at the end with the wheelchair, but yeah. What an outlook on oneself. So the same logic she's applying as in how she decides if she's gonna get along with someone, she's also applying this same logic to herself. I do like this transition here from seeing the little suggestion box thing from L from the year 1085, and then in the year 1101 we get the full picture behind why she as a child would spend so much time in the shower, and that was pretty much because she kept imagining her life and what she could do, where her body could take her and everything. And then all of that got taken away from her to the point she couldn't even look at herself in the mirror anymore because she was just afraid of imagining stuff again. And then she saw splatter movies, and then that kind of rocked her back into reality of the whole thing of, it's just a body, it's just... Even in a state like that, you still have to find another way to deal with the whole thing. And she did, right? She very much did. I would say she's crazily enough more capable of moving around now than she was before, which is kind of insane to think about. But yeah, anyway, we move on to archive file number 4. Why do you see the reinstitution of mercenary guards, as exemplified by Landon, as a step back for Laterano? Whether you admit it or not, the sanctity of Laterano is fading. Can you picture the couriers of LEITHANIEN proclaiming the revelation that the Sankta came from the same roots as the Sarkas? Have you thought about how many times the Mainlander Foundation has updated its report on the military value of the law? A more formal organization? Do not forget that every Sankta, from the moment they obtain their patron firearm, is de facto part of a formal military organization. Laterano does not want for military strength, yet the best we can protect is the city beneath our feet, as well as an area of several hundred square kilometers around it. But the protection the Lateran faith once offered extends far beyond that, and as such we must rely on the strength of the mercenary guards beyond its borders. You have already perused the proposal on accommodating the war refugees seeking sanctuary in Laterano. Did you ever stop to consider why it was not a town or a castle that protected them from the wars of Bolivar for a decade, but a monastery built to serve our law? It may be arrogant, but it cannot be denied that our monasteries across Terra, numbering more than 100, have provided sanctuary to believers who have never even once seen the white walls of Laterano, believers who may be even more devout than we are, on the strength of their sanctity alone. After our first saint revealed the truth to all, however, this sanctity has become a curse, an excuse for those with ulterior motives to justify pillage and murder in the name of justice. Yes, it is the Seven Tribunal's duty to protect and restore Laterano's international reputation. How do you intend to achieve that then? Another summit? In the previous summit, we at least offered a reason and a value for peaceful dialogue between nations. Today, we have few if any chips to bargain with. Before we can demonstrate our innocence to non-believers, we must first demonstrate to our believers that Laterano still offers salvation. This is the duty of the Seventh Tribunal, and of myself, Lemuyen. I ask you, assembled cardinals, for your cooperation. From Lemuyen, Cardinal of the Seventh Tribunal, addressing the College of Cardinals. So yeah, a very interesting thing. She is obviously moving around, and the Seventh Tribunal, as said at the end of this thing, is responsible for international relationships, which is probably also the reason why she came to Rhode Island, to build a relationship between Laterano and Rhode Island, of course. But yeah, very interesting. Also, they are mentioning the, where was it? The Landen Mercenary Guard. So from the Landen Monastery, where Hildegard, aka Archetto, is present and stationed. So Landen is getting some love, finally, it seems, all in reality, not just in the dream anymore. Which makes me happy for Archetto. That monastery was suffering under not enough not getting enough credit or finances, so this is very nice. Also, the rest of this is pretty much going over the fact what we also saw at the end of Masses Travel, where Lemuyen was recruiting people essentially already to become part of like a detachment of units that is gonna work around Laterano and secure its borders, essentially in the area that Lateran itself cannot do much. Also, obviously, a very interesting thing to point out here that Laterano technically does not have a military itself, but considering that every single citizen, aka every single Sankta, at least is armed to the teeth, every single Sankta counts as the military at the same time. So Laterano is technically a military state, but with the added caveat of every citizen is a military personnel when it comes to the whole thing. So their combined strength of every citizen is probably pretty insane, honestly. I mean, it is the only nation on Terra that actually has for every citizen a weapon, a ranged weapon. So they're kind of insane. They're kind of insane in that regard. Anyway, we move on to the final thing in here, which is the promotion record. The first time I saw her was on an old wall on the edge of the city, abandoned and forgotten because of plate rearrangements. Aside from my garage, there was only a few retired folks in this old district, soon to be demolished. There shouldn't have been anyone I didn't know. It was a windy night. She sat on the wall, her legs like two dried branches, swaying swiftly in the wind. A wheelchair was parked behind her, reflecting the pale moonlight. I kept an eye on her as I searched the address book for the Notorio Hall's number, afraid that she would do something stupid if I looked away. She did nothing, except look at me with a gaze so sharp I could not shake it even if I shed my whole skin. She raised a finger to her lips in a gesture to shush me. I put away my terminal, and by the time I looked back at her, her gaze had turned towards the night sky. I don't know why she climbed that old wall or how, but I was relieved that she didn't intend to take her own life. After that, I saw her on the wall from time to time. I would wave at her, and she would wave back. I began to suspect she sat there for the same reason I wandered the old district at night. Laterano's days belonged to the noisy, happy crowds. Its nights belonged to the homeless vagabonds, to the angels whose empathy had gone awry, even to hooded sarkas, the ones who don't fit in, the ones who are broken. The night before the old district was scheduled to be demolished, she appeared on the wall again, and I approached her for the first time. I told her I had a little toy in my garage that I made when I was young, a glider that fulfilled the dreams of many children before it was forgotten. Perhaps a little flight would make up for some regrets, if she wanted. She gazed at me for a long time before eventually declining. "Running away has no meaning if I'm not running away on my own," she said. "Besides, I can fly without a glider." When I looked up at the wall again, she was gone. The empty wheelchair drove back down the path I came up on its own. On the other side, she sank towards the night beneath the walls, a massive umbrella in her hands. So, she's Mary Poppins. Very funny as well, the umbrella thing. But yeah, very interesting finale here in the promotional record where we get another bit of information about what is and how is life in Laterano. Essentially learning that, yeah, multiple different people of different races now live also inside of Laterano. In this old district specifically, we hear that Sarkas are actually living in the district, and it is getting demolished, which I'm presuming is also a thing of they're probably rebuilding the whole thing. But yeah, a very interesting thing to actually keep in mind that yeah, Laterano has indeed, despite the fact that it was only done inside of the dream at the beginning, still opened up its borders and allowed other people to get inside the city. And yeah, that is the full file for Lemuel. So, like I said, I will not be doing the voice files here. I will be including links to 2 separate videos for both Lemuel and her sister EXUSIAI, and I will leave those in the description of the video for the channel Dylan Revs, so you can see those and listen to those there. But for now, let's move on to our second file, which is the one for EXUSIAI. EXUSIAI, the New Covenant. Alright, same thing. Let's see what this file can teach us about EXUSIAI, her current life, what is happening in Laterano as well, and of course back what it can teach us about her sister Lemuel. So, beginning from the top, basic info. Codename EXUSIAI, gender female, combat experience 6 years, so only half of course of her sisters, place of birth Laterano, date of birth December 24th, right on Christmas, race Sankta, height 162 centimeters, infection status medical tests have confirmed that no infection is present. Physical exam, physical strength standard, mobility excellent, physical resilience standard, tactical acumen excellent, combat skill excellent, and originium arts assimilation standard. Pretty much on point for Exia. Profile. EXUSIAI is a citizen of Laterano entitled to the rights listed in clauses 1 through 13 of the Laterano Constitution. She has provided communications and armed escort services to Rhodes Island during the contract period. At her request, her registration has been updated to reflect her current status as a veteran employee of Penguin Logistics and founder of Apple Pie Logistics in Laterano. Quick little reminder that yeah, she opened up her own delivery service in Laterano, which again, as the story of Masses Travel stated, is the first civilian thing that was established in there compared to everything else. Anyway, continuing, clinical analysis. Imaging tests, again, confirm everything clear, everything fine, no originium, no clotted organs. Originium assimilation rate is, of course, 0%, and blood originium crystal density is 0.13 units per liter, just 1 unit more than her sister. And it says operator EXUSIAI sometimes delivers packages with originium content, but it has not caused infection to date. Moving on to the first file. St. Theodore's Comprehensive School Board Meeting Minutes. Mostima claims that Lemuel accidentally burned her middle school diploma in Lungmen, and that she was forced to complete the university prep course in high school. The graduation ceremony she held for herself before she left the Holy City had a significant impact on the school's order and the public security responsibilities of the Pontifica Chorus. However, we were all witnesses to the excitement that day, when she hacked 100 confessionals and had them charge into the campus to join her performance. There is no doubt that Lemuel submitted an outstanding final project. Considering her grades and respect for ceremony, the board has decided to request permission from the Curia to issue her a graduation diploma. So yeah, that is how she got her diploma, essentially. I do like the beginning here of Mostima was trying to kinda come up with a story why she didn't have a school diploma and everything, why stuff was supposed to go in her favor. But yeah, I do like the beginning that despite everything, Mostima obviously cares about EXUSIAI. She's as always, as presented even in the operator record that we went over earlier, she's doing stuff for EXUSIAI from behind the shadows. Anyway, we continue. EXUSIAI was born to an ordinary family in Laterano. Normally, she would have completed her prep course and gone to university, studying intercity net security or faith-assistive engineering. In other words, lived a proper, fulfilling life, like millions of her Lateran brethren. That is, if she had not left Laterano at the age of 17. In order to discover the truth behind Lemuen's injuries, she followed the newly appointed Legatus Mostima out of the Holy City. For the next 2 years, Mostima avoided directly meeting EXUSIAI, perhaps because she had yet to recover from the trauma of becoming fallen, or perhaps she was simply unsure how to approach the sister of her friend. However, they never cut off their relationship completely, and traveled the sands of Sargon and the salt flats of Iberia, through one city after another until they arrived at Lungmen and met Penguin Logistics. EXUSIAI always speaks of this with an air of life outside Laterano is so much fun, as though she had simply gone to an amusement park, but we all know how difficult the adjustment can be for a Sankta leaving the Holy City for the first time. Away from her kin, her empathy and signa creditorum useless, and her living habits decidedly out of place. When she got her job at Penguin Logistics, she began meeting many new people and dealt with things she could not have imagined before. The changes that occurred in EXUSIAI's life may pale in comparison to the tragedies that take place on Terra every day, but would be more than enough to turn the faith of a former denizen of paradise upside down. Yet EXUSIAI has never changed. She always has a bright smile on her face, is always confident with shouting guaranteed success, and is unafraid of adventure even while far away from home. Yep, pretty much fits her to a T with that description, and the little blurb about Mostima avoiding Exia, of course. We do know a bit more about that, again, from the operator record as to why she was doing it. It was pretty much a thing of just pointing her in the right direction to get to meet people and to actually get used to not having her empathy around, right? Anyway, moving on to archive file number 2. Apple Pie Logistics. Croissant! Grab EXUSIAI and tie her to the sofa. I gotta check if the light bulb of her head's gone and blown a fuse. For a member. I like that that is the guy's very first reaction to the fact that she opened up her own company. Tie her to the sofa. I need to question her. Continuing with Sora.
No, the boss isn't actually angry, just look at his face, half smiling and
Half worried, I would say. Half, the half smile is more like a competition. Let's see about that. Anyway, half smiling and half worried.
He still has her employment contract, which means Apple Pie Logistics is just an affiliate of Penguin Logistics. He couldn't be happier that his employees are conquering new territory for him. As for why he's worried, well, she'll certainly have less time to help plan his parties for him.
That is probably also a very big issue. Anyway.
Yes, I saw EXUSIAI. Cooperation between the Truckers Union and a new logistics company sponsored by the Lateran Curia can only be a good thing for both Nuovo Valsini and Laterano. Yes, she said her real goal is to keep her friendships alive forever by working together. And yes, I signed the memorandum. Of course she's not heartless. No one's more sensitive than her. To her, positivity is both an instinct and a responsibility that she's subconsciously placed on herself. She feels like she has an obligation to make everyone around her happy. She may have been one of the last to join Penguin Logistics, but she is also its heart and soul.
From Texas. Very interesting analogy from Texas herself. She is definitely the heart and soul of Penguin Logistics. Compared to everybody else, she's the most liveliest one out of all of them. Anyway, and also the whole thing about Exia obviously wanting to keep her bonds together kind of also stems from the whole fact that because she doesn't have empathy, she's gonna more than likely obviously work on the whole thing more fervent than anybody else. For everybody else, connections and everything is a normal thing, but for her, who was relying on empathy up until that point, having the constant thought in her head, okay, I don't know how they feel, I don't know how they think about me, let's just keep myself fresh and alive in their minds, right? Anyway, continuing on to the next one.
The law of faith. Everything in Laterano changed after that incident. The people who remained had enough on their hands already, dealing with the truth and rebuilding the Holy City's order, but there's always been more trouble brewing outside. For all its efforts in the first Summit of Nations, Laterano was only able to convince a limited number of factions to accept its proposal. And now, when all eyes are on it, it's even more important that it's not turned away. It needs more channels of communication with the outside. An international logistics company, for example. That's how Apple Pie Logistics was born. As for why EXUSIAI, setting aside the fact that she's the sister of a cardinal, she has a background in logistics, and at the time when the concepts of angels and demons are being re-examined, who better to play the role of an ambassador than someone always wearing an infectious smile? I mean, can you imagine Federico or Oren on the job?
This one is from Mostima. Yeah, very interesting, again, analogy as to why she is such a good placement for someone for international, for an international logistics company, pretty much spreading the word of Laterano and, you know, gathering data on the side as well. I do like the analogy at the end here. Can you imagine Federico or Oren on a job? Yeah, Federico maybe, but Oren no. Also, interesting thing that Oren was brought up here. Oren did not appear a single time in the story. At the end of episode 15, we got that teaser with Oren falling, but after that, we saw nothing of the guy. He was completely forgotten for the entirety of the Masses Travel story. They didn't even flash back to him, or even to a couple of other characters, and I'll get to that in a bit in the outro section, but they never flash back to any of the characters who fell, outside of mentioning that, yeah, everybody is recovering. Anyway, continuing to archive file number 3. The first time I clearly felt that a change was about to come over me was when the day I spoke for the first time. You were next to my bed, fending off my attempts to play tug of war with your hair, and betting on what my first words would be with our parents. They kept updating their guesses and were even noisier than the comfort bell by my crib. From time to time, you would interrupt them to ask them for a milk bottle or a baby toy. The sight of their bright eyes staring at me made me a little uneasy, so I turned my head and met your gaze. You were too close, and your pink eyes looked a bit blurry. Then I started feeling emotions that didn't belong to myself. It took a long time for me to realize that it was expectation. You had as much of it as our parents, but you were also a little uneasy, a little doubtful. To you, I was the stranger in the family. That was when I felt the urge to say hello to you and tell you that we'd get along great. What a strange and wonderful feeling. The next instant I heard my own voice say, "Sis," and this light began to appear above my head. The first time I really felt that I needed to become strong was the day I picked up my patron firearm. Master Peg put the assembled gun in my hand, and we took a picture together in front of a saint's statue. When the shutter was pressed, I shouted excitedly, "I want to have so many adventures." Then I noticed that made you clutch your rifle tighter. I remembered that I had skipped class the day before to fly a kite on top of the basilica, when I accidentally caused an explosion, forcing you to leave your end of school year ceremony to pick me up. You must have given yourself a little more responsibility when I yelled that wish, and I didn't want to make you worry. The first time I felt the change in Sankta empathy after the calamity was when I was playing Super Music Tycoon with the boss. We were in a heated match when I suddenly felt an incredible wave of emotions come over me. Next thing I knew, I was standing up and had flipped the board over. Boss yelled at me for being a sore loser since he was only a few steps away from winning, but then he suddenly looked shocked and asked me why I was crying. It's a little embarrassing to say this, but I think that was the first time I ever cried in my life, even though I didn't know why. Later I found out that it was the first time you managed to walk a full circle around the room at the hospital in Stavonus, without using any drugs or devices. It meant your therapy was going to succeed, and you'd go back to living a normal life one day. You were happy for yourself, and at that moment I fully felt how hard things had been for you, and how precious life was. Lungmen is so far away from Laterano, but our empathy still worked, something we couldn't even imagine before. In most cases, our empathy was a lot less distinct after the calamity, but my empathy with you, our parents, and my Sankta friends seems to have grown much stronger, and isn't even limited by distance, which is why I'm starting to get worried, sis. What if you start to feel bothered by me? I love this whole paragraph from start to finish. Again, another point of view from this time from Exia's viewpoint of how she got to speak her first words. Pretty much, she started to feel empathy between herself and her sister even before the first halo appeared. Well, before the halo appeared above her head, signaling that empathy is now in effect for her. But yeah, she already started feeling some empathy between the two of them. And that's what prompted her to say the word sis to her, and that was the trigger for the halo to appear. But yeah, very wholesome, and just shows how strong of a connection these two have, despite the fact that they are obviously not blood related. Then this last paragraph here, again going over the fact, and we heard about this in the Master's Travel story already as well a bit, that Sankta who are family between each other, or just like tightly knit to each other, have such a strong empathy at this point that even if there's a very vast distance from each other, they can feel each other's emotions if they're strong enough. And in this case, this is an intercity thing, where Exia was all the way over in Lungmen, while her sister was in a hospital in Laterano. And when she felt when Lemuen felt relief and happiness from her being able to walk again for a bit and do a full circle on her own, that emotion was so strong that it reached all the way to Laterano, and it hit it hit Exia like a truck. Again, it's a very interesting thing how the whole empathy thing has now settled in, where I would just call it programming that was left inside of every single Sankta has settled back and is kind of mending itself, but it's mending itself in a sense of unifying people who have a strong bond with each other, and people who are outside of the bond still have empathy between each other, but it's kind of like a how to best imagine it. Imagine if the family members are just a bunch of PCs that are connected with LAN cables, while everybody else who is approaching the PCs is just like a mobile device circling around with with its Bluetooth turned on, and the moment you go away, the empathy becomes weaker and weaker until the signal is completely gone, right? kind of like that. Might not be the best analogy, but it's kind of very similar. But yeah, the gift and empathy that they were given with has now settled into itself, and it's maintaining itself essentially, autonomously, without the law, which is fascinating. And it might, honestly, considering that we learned from the story that the angels that this whole system is based on are somewhere out there in the universe, this might be just what it is for that entire race of angels that exists somewhere out there in the universe. This just might be how it works for them in reality, and only now that the law is actually gone has the simulated program, the program made by people that is mimicking the original, has finally taken effect and has become from synthetic to biological, in a sense, right? But anyway, moving on, archive file number 4. EXUSIAI gave the HR staff handling the case a considerable shock twice. The first thing she did when she returned to Rhodes Island was not to try to set a new light gun shooting record with Operator Aosta, but to deliver a gift to Rhodes Island on behalf of the Lateran Curia, the automated confessional Confess 47. Then the HR operator learned that she had played a large part in the improvement of the confessionals. Her proposed upgrades helped her earn first place in her faith assistive engineering class during her university prep studies at St. Theodore's Comprehensive School. Confess 47 showed us the place where her signature could be found on its chassis, which is also present on all other confessionals from the same batch, a reward from the Lateran Curia. Before HR could recover from the shock of meeting EXUSIAI the engineer, she had begun talking about the process of improving the confessionals. It's complicated. What's the optimal size? Too large, and the feeling of privacy is lost, not to mention the negative impact on traffic. Too small and it gives people claustrophobia. How smart should its system be? It can't be too serious, but too many entertainment functions and it feels like some weird fancy karaoke box. Should the internal furnishings be distinct from traditional confessionals? Imagine our friends in the city having to go into a car from time to time, confessing their sins or seeking comfort from something that doesn't actually exist. Basically a bunch of secrets that are hard for someone to say out loud, but which they have to let out. They should feel that a large weight has been lifted from their shoulders when they walk out of that car. Drawing the blueprint was the easy part. I spent a lot of time talking to people and visiting practically every church in Laterano, bothering both the priests and layfolk there. Anyway, take good care of Confess 47, and I'm sure it'll take good care of you. It may be blasphemous, but in my opinion, faith-assistive equipment like automated confessionals and halo/wing calibrators aren't like taking medicine for a cold, where just by using them, your faith is suddenly unshakable and your understanding of the law complete. They're more like prayer. Prayer by itself doesn't do anything. It's the process that really matters, giving us an opportunity to think of one another. The design and use of faith-assistive equipment is the process by which we strengthen our faith. The result has never been what's important. EXUSIAI's proposal on improving automated confessionals. I recommend that the Curia increase investment in faith-assistive engineering. The young people are coming up with all sorts of novel ideas in the field, and Laterano needs to keep their creativity vibrant. Besides, now more than ever, we need both prayer and confession, now that the very foundation of our faith has been turned upside down. A conversation between the Pope and the Cardinal of the Fourth Tribunal at an afternoon cactus start session in late 1101. Again, the old people with their cactuses. But yeah, again, nice mention here of the Pope and that they are rethinking the whole process here. And yeah, of course, Confess 47, as most people know already, is a confessional box that was made by Exia and her engineering prowess. And yeah, I will not lie, Exia the engineer is quite a shock. It's quite the shock. I didn't really think about her as an engineer on the get-go. I knew she was capable of a lot of stuff, but this story definitely has shown a light how technically apt she is as a person. But anyway, moving on to our final thing, which is the promotion record, and it is how to make an apple pie. Of course, we got a recipe. So, step 1, soften butter and root temperature. Step 2, mix the softened butter with flour and sugar. Step 3, mix with water and net into dough. Note, these 3 steps may take some time. Starting at 8 PM in Lungmen will allow you to catch LGD shows on Prime TV while you work. Start around 4 PM if you're in Laterano. That's when impromptu explosions typically happen, making for good background music. Then, step 5. Cut the apple into small pieces and saute with sugar. I hope I'm saying that correctly, probably not. Note, whatever the amount of sugar that other recipes call for, add 4 times as much. Only twice as much if there are any friends who need to watch their sugar. Celebs like Sora who need to watch their figures. Of course, this apple pie is gonna be very sugary because it's a Lateran apple pie. Then hopping to step 12. Shape the pie crust by hand. Note, a gun's stock can be used as a rolling pin if cleaned. Using different types of gun stocks results in different thicknesses. I have a lot of guns, which is why my apple pies have so much variety. I've never told my 2 bosses this secret. I'm not even gonna... Anyway, step number 20. Bake in an oven for 25 minutes. Note, there's no need to keep watching the oven while the pie bakes, but overbaking affects the texture, so plan your activities accordingly. Last time I took the chance to run a delivery from the ends of the earth to these slums and resolved a conflict between 2 small gangs, which was pretty much the limit. Step 23. Pray and tuck in. AKA enjoy your food. This last note. She had 25 minutes of bake time, and that was enough for her to run an errand, aka a delivery, and at the same time mediate between 2 small gangs. Yeah, she's a very active person, and a very, very fast person at that. But yeah, that is our full file for EXUSIAI, the New Covenant. Very interesting stuff in here, but for now this will be it. And just like with the Lemon file, I will leave a link to her voice files in English in the description and in the link comment down below, so you can find those on Dylanarev's channel. So enjoy those, they're very fun. But anyway, this will be it for that, and we will now hop on to the review section. So it's time for the actual Yap Fest to start. Oh boy, how long is this section gonna be? Alright then, time for the review, recap, and sorta my thoughts and opinions Yap session that would usually follow after the story was over in the final episode, but considering, again, that the final episode was 5 hours long, we're gonna be doing that here in this bonus episode. So, apologies in advance if this is gonna be a long segment where I just yap a lot, but if you've been with the channel for a long time, you know how these go. I did write myself a couple of notes. I think I mentioned it at the beginning of the video to have some kind of cohesion in this thing, but let's see how this goes, right? Because I like to do these off the cuff instead of doing it full scripted. And honestly, I would not even know what to write in the script, to be quite honest. Also, I want to quickly apologize. This episode should have been on the channel out for quite a while already, but considering that since Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday when I posted the episode for Mostima, or the operator record for Mostima, since that day I've been kind of like edging on a sickness. I don't even know what it is and what is happening. It's kind of like a cold, but it's also not a cold. It's definitely not a fever or anything like that. It's just since Wednesday, every time for a couple of hours in the day, I would feel completely fine and nothing was wrong. My sinuses and nose completely clean, and then suddenly I would sneeze like once or twice very, very heavily. And for the rest of the day and the next couple, or at least the next couple of hours, I would be like this. Nose completely full, you cannot get rid of this shit, it's just there, and yeah, I cannot breathe. And as you might imagine, when you're trying to record any video and you're talking like that, it just sounds horrible. especially when you're trying to do vocal work. Even like right now, I'm still fully cleared of it, but even right now, my nose is still, as you can hear, still kind of halfway full, and it's annoying. Trying to do any kind of vocal work with a full or half full nose is horrendous. So over the last couple of days, I literally had to use any opportunity I had to both do the voiceover for the Mostima operator record. Luckily, very short, managed to somehow do it, but I still think it's kind of sounding a bit off because, again, my nose was halfway full during the whole thing, and yeah, it's just a horrible thing to do it. Also, the full nose is making me go from time to time like, ugh, like my voice kind of like just tilts the hell out, which is even more annoying. It's even more, to me personally, all of that is just annoying. So my last couple of days, today being Sunday when I'm finishing this video, have been literally like a section of 2 hours of time where I could record where I feel fine, like right now, for example, and then the rest of the day I was absolutely sick and I could not do shit. I can't even record my proper Let's Plays like that, so yeah, was in a involuntary break. And trust me when I tell you, when I decide to do a break, normal break, it's fine. That's what I set to do, or not to do in that aspect, I guess. But when it's an involuntary break where I wanted to do a couple of things and finish a couple of projects, it's absolutely aggravating. This week has been nothing but I feel absolutely pissed because I can't do shit kind of deal. But anyway, enough about that. Let's talk about the story. That's why we're here in this segment, right? So, story in general, I really liked. It had a couple of little things that I feel like have been forgotten by the end of the story, which I'm gonna address when we get to the end, but the beginning, the middle point, and the end, especially the end, were pretty strong. Even though the ending was a tiny bit maybe too peach-friendly because they don't really dive too deep into what is happening in Laterano since those 3 months have passed since the end of the cataclysmic event, right? But they do kind of tell you as well with the whole people taking their lives and crime rates spiking in Laterano. But yeah, all in due order, right? Let's go from the beginning. The beginning was pretty weird, and it does definitely keep you like on the guessing front of what the hell is happening, and something feeling wrong, feeling just wrong in Laterano in general. Like we get to see. First, we immediately get to see a couple of Sankta outside of Laterano, some we know, some we don't know. And then we start to see how they keep on falling like flies. Everybody seems to fall for no reason at all, which immediately is kind of like a sign of, well, something is definitely wrong here, and we are about to figure out what. Even at the end of episode 15, we got a teaser with Oren also falling in the last couple of minutes, which, by the way, Oren was not at all mentioned in this story whatsoever. He gets mentioned in what you guys heard earlier in what was it again, in Lemuen's or EXUSIAI's file. I can't remember. I literally recorded those over the last couple of days, so apologies. In one of the two files, Oren got mentioned, and that was about it. So he's, I guess, still around and alive. Joy. But yeah, then we also get the beginning with that cool little animated sequence with the Shrine of Nativity appearing, Lemuen walking all of a sudden like nothing ever happened to her. It really is like a dreamlike sequence at the beginning, which is great because that was pretty much the whole shtick with the whole thing. The law going into like a super drive mode and overlapping reality with another reality, essentially. Just showing how ridiculously powerful some of this old tech from the doctors and priestesses civilization can be, which is again ridiculous stuff that they had. But yeah, then after that we get EXUSIAI sneaking around Laterano, who somehow got into the city. Well, she's a Sankta, so she can wander into the city if she just wants to. But still, she incognito came into the city and is communicating with someone through one of the confessionals that is named suspiciously El Caro, which I still can't believe that I didn't think about reading it in reverse. Until later. That was kind of fun to figure out, which made it immediately obvious that yes, it's the doctor talking to EXUSIAI through the confessional. And then later we get the whole plot twist that it's not just the doctor talking through the confessional, it's the doctor who is the confessional. That was kinda absolutely crazy. Also, Monster appearing and Doctor in the story was really throwing me for a bit, and very funny. That initial introduction of Monster running away with the Doctor in both reality and dream was hilarious. And I will say this here as well once more. I am super happy that I did not watch once again trailers for the story, because the animated trailer specifically gives it away immediately that Doctor and Monster are in the story. I will say though, I will give them credit for the main menu of the event not actually including Monster or the Doctor in any shape or form, or even Priestess. Like, I will give them credit for actually hiding the three of them from the main portion of the menu of the story, which is honestly commendable. Usually they put everybody who is present in the story, like especially the big hitters of the story, and those three are definitely big hitters. Usually all of that would be in the menu, in the splash art for the event, right? But it wasn't this time around, which again, I have to give them credit for that. Anybody who wanders into this story and hasn't watched trailers for this like I did, or rather didn't, you quite get the surprise when you suddenly see Monster and you realize, oh yeah, this is 100% taking place right after the events of episode 15. I was kind of hoping they're not gonna go too deep and kind of spoil too much about episode 15, but holy shit, did they go deep into the whole thing. But yeah, continuing the plot then, we also get introduced to Anduin being back in the city, which is another one of those weird things. Why is he back? And on top of it, he's working in the Shrine of Nativity, which is crazy, honestly. He's pretty much in an official function in the city, which immediately rings even more alarm bells of something is massively wrong with this city right now. Plus, I saw people bring up in the comments in the first or second episode, somewhere around there, that it's also very interesting that the Sankta have not been like doing explosions. There was a whole thing of closing down the gunsmith shops and making like a kind of government sanctioned one or something, like a universal one to just print out weapons en masse. So yeah, and plus the Sankta were not really crazy about sugar anymore, or at least their sugar craziness wasn't being shown too much. So yeah, there's a lot of weirdness at the beginning, and a lot of alarm bells are immediately going off that something is definitely off. Then we get introduced to Kep, the matriarch of the shrine, and that's another one of those things when you see that character, you're immediately like on guard of, that is definitely not a normal Sankta. I mean, this person has horns and apparently is in a very high position in the overall organization of the Sankta. So who are you and what is going on, right? But yeah, Kep is definitely a presence, a very massive presence in both the dream and reality itself, especially reality. And then we get more stuff into the story that just serves to be more misleading than anything else, like the red herrings, like the pregnant Sarkas woman that was introduced into the story. Pretty much just a whole thing to distract you from the fact of who the person was that they were talking about through the story. The whole shtick being that there is a pregnancy that is gonna the birth of someone is gonna happen on the day of the second Summit of Nations. And speaking of the second summit, the summit itself is also a big giveaway of something is massively wrong, considering who is present. And later we also figure out that, yeah, pretty much none of these people is actually present in the city right now. Or maybe someone else is completely present there and representing the governments, because no one was present from LEITHANIEN, despite the story at the beginning. And I think it was Patricio specifically saying that from LEITHANIEN we had both empresses present, which was kind of like, again, another one of those, how? The other one is not capable of actually attending anything for all we know, she is or isn't alive anymore. We don't know where she is right now. Well, we know where she is. It's just kind of like a thing of it's impossible to get to her, as of right now at least. We're probably gonna get her in the future back somehow, but that's gonna be a story for another day. Continuing then even further, we get to see how the Summit of Nations and that big event that they were planning with the birth was going down, and the surprise of the whole thing is that the child that was born was not a Sankta child, it was not a SIRACUSA child, it was the child of an armor beast of, I'm just gonna call it a griffin, because it literally is a griffin, right? But yeah, a tiny little griffin baby gets born, and that same griffin baby almost dies on the spot there because of the mother probably being a very weak state as she was giving birth, considering her injuries and everything. But the child miraculously comes back to life, gets a halo, and then we get the announcement that yeah, everybody apparently will get halos and will become Sankta moving on into the future, which is which was all so spicy. That whole part was so spicy. I don't even know where to begin with that. Like, everybody in the world is gonna get the halo and empathy, and on top of it, as we saw later in the story, they wouldn't even be really free to move around with it and live their normal lives. It would be kind of like pressured and brainwashed into just being obedient little drones, as that seemed to be what was going on. But yeah, then we slowly, as that all is happening, we slowly get people to realize what the hell is happening. I think the first one in the story to realize out of all of the people is Lemuen. She probably figured something out already is wrong from the beginning of the story, but couldn't point a finger on it until she interacts enough with Exia. Federico and Arturia are the next ones on the list who figure stuff out. And for them, it's kind of like they kind of already knew, but their most secure trigger is when they see the doctor. That kind of rattles them fully back into reality. And funnily enough, Amos, who the story was portraying as being a very weak individual, did honestly show a shit ton of strength, because the guy did actually figure out that they are in a dream and something is not right. So, despite the fact that he got gunned down in a firefight at the end of the story, or close to the end of the story, the guy still managed on his own to figure out that something is wrong. So all props to Amos for being such a intelligent individual and figuring it out on his own. Anduin as well, also around the same time, figures out what is happening, and his trigger is very interesting. His trigger is the death of the Arbor Beast's mother, the sadness of the child, he himself feeling sad for it, and he went around to do all the little things of preparing a burial for the mother and everything. He was ready to mourn the mother, and then all of a sudden just kind of like almost brainwashing, kind of like being brainwashed into feeling happy and content and just joyful and playing around with the child. That signaling to him, who is, you know, the sad martyr suddenly feeling happy and elevated, is what got him, which then results in him blowing up the whole building. So all props to him as well for that whole shtick, and for the rest of the story. And then, yeah, the whole shit really starts to hit the fan, with the dream breaking, everybody seeing what the reality is, the empathy, the brainwashing empathy being just present in people who receive the halo, and were already present around the matriarch the entire time, seeing Keph in her full form, her real form, or what her real form was once upon a time, because Keph is... she is not around anymore. She passed away thousands of years ago. But we got to see a very interesting sight in this story, and that is how the Tikas looked like. At least one of their clan or clans or whatever how they looked like. And I will say, I love their design. It looks amazing. It looks absolutely amazing. Just give them a couple of pairs of giant ass beautiful white wings and you get biblically accurate angels. I mean, technically they had them, but just saying, like, proper, you know, feathery wings, you pretty much just get biblically accurate angels at that point. But yeah, it was very fun through that whole encounter, to see and hear the full story, how the first encounter with the law went, when it triggered that it was the Far Chaser who sent out the Sarkas, who already had the Black Crown back then as well, who sent out these specific Tikas, essentially, to go and find the law, which brings the whole question down to the whole thing. Did the Far Chaser send them out because of the crown being in his possession, and him knowing that there is something left of the civilization which the crown is from anyway? So he selects elite warriors and sends them out to find the thing that is part of the same technology that the crown is also. Maybe that's just speculation, of course, but very interesting that he would specifically send them into the mountains to look for the law. And yeah, the law being also a very interesting thing, but I'm gonna address that later when we get to the individual characters. But yeah, that whole aspect was very wild. I am personally surprised that they actually went down the plotline of telling every Sankta present in Laterano that, yeah, this is your past. You guys are technically Sarkas by blood and by origin, so yeah, better get used to this. Better get used to this knowledge now. This is what you're gonna have to contend with for the rest of your lives. Obviously, it's gonna be a very hard thing for the current generation of Sankta to cope with that. But this is one of those generational things. The current generation is gonna be very distraught about it, but future generations are just gonna grow up with the knowledge that, yeah, they're Sankta, but they're also Sarkas at the same time. So who gives a shit? As we saw at the end of the story, apparently, if faith is present, potentially anybody can be born as a Sankta now, which is it is a wild thing. And in some shape or form, the whole project to put a dream veil or another dimension across all of Terra, another reality rather, across all of Terra, maybe even succeeded to some degree, but yeah, we'll see where the future heads and what the future will show about that. But anyway, back to our plot. Then after everybody is slowly starting to wake up, we have Doctor and Monster meet the person essentially who triggered and set everything into motion, which is Priestess. Again, a huge surprise that she would literally show up in this story, even though she wasn't obviously physically there. She was just projecting an image essentially through Originium into the area, so she was kind of like a hologram the entire time through. But still, very interesting that she would show up, and that was kind of like the nail in the coffin of the whole thing, and that they're definitely gonna be spoiling chapter 15 at this point. They're definitely gonna be spoiling some stuff, and oh boy did they. But yeah, anyway, the finale then follows with Exia going full out against Keph, who, funnily enough, again, does not at any given point fight back against Exia. She's continuously protective of her, doesn't want to hurt her, and she just keeps going. While, of course, Keph is pretty much just a amalgamation of data. She's not real. Well, she's real as can be, but it's not the real Keph. The real Keph died, like I said earlier, she died ages ago. But this version, still based on the original, is very interesting because she never fights back. She just keeps taking the punches and keeps getting hit herself. I guess kind of like a martyr herself, in a sense. Which is very interesting because there is a lot of parallels between her and Anduin in the story. Yeah, very interesting. Faith is blind, right? In both cases. But yeah, EXUSIAI is fighting Kip, Lemuen is supporting the others and fighting all the other creatures throughout the city, Anduin gets to visit the assimilated universe of all things and gets to see more of the truth, where he learns that the whole system of the law was technically constructed in a sense to mimic actual angels. So again, to summarize, the Doctor's civilization at some point in time in the past found creatures that are resembling angels, and because of, I guess, how these creatures live and communicate with each other, they decided to construct a machine, apparently, that is copying what those creatures are and how they're doing stuff, and that was the PCS system, or as we know it, the law. And yeah, very interesting. Also, the whole story about these angels being like they are the only things that can, for some reason, even despite being absorbed into Originium and being turned into just essentially a sea of goop and data, they are the only thing in there that can still maintain their own self, which is interesting, but makes on another level of sense, because when you peel back a bit about how the whole empathy thing is working, it's kind of like its own little network. So if all of these little creatures are essentially linked together, they are gonna be still maintaining their pretty much probably own sense of self despite anything that is going on. But that is speculation, of course. I will say though, my favorite highlight of this whole kerfuffle at the end of the story is still gonna be Federico yapping with logic against a machine, and yapping with such logic that the machine takes its own life, or rather declares that it needs to die and orders both him and Anduin to end it. That was such a Chad move. But again, Federico is just such an interesting character to me when it comes to him. I really like the goober. I really like him, the way he talks and argues stuff and how he does stuff. He is unintentionally comedy gold. But yeah, anyway, like I said earlier as well, after this moment, pretty much the cat is out of the bag. People in Laterano know what is happening. They know that they are Sarkas essentially, and they now have to live with each other. But despite the fact that the law got nuked and disabled, it still got ascended in a sense. It still pretty much turned into a new creature, and that was an actual little cubic little angel that now is floating above the skies of Terra and is just going around. I don't know if that thing is gonna have any kind of impact in the future, or if it will be anywhere in the future, like communicating with someone, or if it's just gonna... It's finally... Essentially, the law is finally seeing the world for itself. PCS is finally going around and experiencing life. So who knows, we might actually see a very weird PCS angel in the future that will appear maybe even in a human form. I would be absolutely down for that. That would be actually sick. That would be actually sick. Nothing says that the little thing has to remain in its current shape. As long as it maintains the halo and everything, it can probably, or more than likely, transform itself into something else. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. I'm just spitballing here ideas, but that would be sick if the little guy would appear somewhere in the future. Even if he comes back as just a little cubic drone and just hangs out with Rhode Island personnel for a brief while. By the end of the story, then we get a couple of also, well, behind-the-scenes stuff that is happening in Laterano, mostly through the conversation between Federico and the Pope. Essentially, the two of them noting down that, yeah, civil unrests and crime has been on the rise in those 3 months after the end of the story. People have been taking their lives because obviously they will. They got their belief system essentially shattered. And on top of it, we are very well aware that a lot of Laterano people, specifically Sankta people, are very racy against Sarkas with how they are. I mean, just look at Oren. But apparently he didn't take his own life. But yeah, imagine if you had such a strong belief in your own self and race and being, and then got told that, yeah, you are the very same race as the other thing that you were hating so much. That's gonna shatter your belief system. Good lord. I'm more surprised that everything still managed to somehow maintain itself and not completely fall apart. And then, on top of everything, at the very end, we get the little sneak peek and tease into the future, which is very wild how much foreshadowing into the future they were giving in this story. This was almost on the level of a main story. This whole story was on the level of a main story chapter. Especially the ending teaser with number 1 priestess bringing back the presents. I mean, hello? What does she want to do with that thing? That thing eats planets for breakfast. Well, at least it stopped eating planets while they were still alive. It was starting to eat them only when they were dying, but I am very slightly concerned about what the presence is gonna be doing on Terra from now on. And speaking of belief systems being kind of shattered and broken, when the law ascended into an angel and flew away, that seemed to shock Priestess a lot. Also, Priestess finally properly gave in and told the Doctor and Monster that she is gonna let them, or rather let the races on Terra do their thing for the time being. Because she finally has her interest, it seems like, piqued by them, that she wants to see how far they can get, right? But I feel like she still might be in the boat of they're evolving too slow. I want to give them a push, which is not something you should do, because we saw what you did with PCS. Your push is very drastic. Her push is, instead of slowly replacing, I don't know, your arm with like cybernetic implants, like bit by bit, her push is, let me chop the whole thing off and let me put a robot arm there. What is this, cyberpunk? But yeah, I don't know, maybe that whole thing was why she brought the presence back, but I don't know what she wants to do with the presence. It is a resurrected version, so it's not the original one. But we'll see, I guess. Then seeing Hierda and seeing that she is more and more regarded as a religious figurehead among the people that are following her. She's pretty much at this point Jesus Christ. she's pretty much at this point Jesus Christ. I mean, even with the robe and everything, or well, in a lot of religions, I'm bringing up Jesus because of something that probably most people know about, but and because of the fact that I was raised Christian, of course, but even though I don't really give a shit about it too much. But on the other hand, she is definitely turning into a religious figurehead, and I hope it's not gonna get too crazy with that. We'll see, but I do hope it's not gonna get absolutely too crazy where they're gonna be worshipping her. It's kind of getting there, and I'm kind of terrified because of it, where they're gonna go with that. Then we have our Ursus teaser at the end of the story, which foreshadows the disappearance of Originium from Originium mines in Ursus. We also got to see that, of course, our deathless Black Snake is still around. You know, in all of his nowadays very sexy and alluring glory. Why did he have to become so sexy? Anyway, we'll see. Chapter 16 is apparently taking place in Ursus, and I'm guessing this has been a teaser for what is gonna be in the chapter. Outside of that, I have no idea. I have not watched trailers, and I will not watch trailers. I will read the story first. And yeah, the final point, however, is probably my most interesting thing, because it's a plot point that has been around for a long while, and that is the fact that in the vast seas there is no Originium. But now Now there potentially is Originium in the seas, as we see the Seaborn that climbed up on the cliff at the end of the story. He or it accidentally pushes a piece of Originium into the sea, and I am gonna guess that there's gonna be some Originium problems in the vast oceans now, on top of just dealing with the Seaborn. But yeah, that was in general the main story, or a main overview of the story. Overall, I liked all of that. That was very entertaining. It was very entertaining to voice over through, and to do some wacky shit with voices as well. A couple of things that did kind of never got really shown again throughout the story, and these are kind of like the negative points I want to bring up, is they never really gave us... I mean, they did at the end of the story talk about that Sankta everywhere around are getting their empathy back slowly in a different way now, but we never get to see what happened to Cliff, to Woodrow, to Agonir, what happened there. Ermengarde and Fremont appear for like a brief moment in the story and do nothing afterwards. We don't know what happened to Cecilia and Ezel. We know that they are in Kazdel and they are under Fremont's protection now. And Vishadel's potentially, so we don't know. Maybe the two of them are gonna be shoved to Rhode Island, or Babel essentially afterwards. We'll see. And like I said earlier as well, Oren did not a single moment get mentioned in the entire story. He did get mentioned and shown in the teaser at the end of chapter 15, but in this story he was not present, and the only time ever he gets mentioned is in the file for... I guess, I think it was in Lemuen's file, and that was about it. Good, great, interesting, I guess. But yeah, that's about it. Richelle as well. Very interesting. He was part of the story for a brief moment, but after that whole clash with Federico, he also didn't show up for the rest of the story, and we didn't get to hear or see what is happening, or if he even apologized for what he was doing or whatnot. I don't believe he would apologize, but maybe he would. I don't know. He's kind of like a whimsical character going back and forth between a good boy and a very edgy boy, so who knows. But yeah, that's about that. So let's get to the characters, shall we? Also, I'm gonna address the characters in my usual way, but I'm gonna go with two categories right now. The first category will be just general characters through the story, and in the last section I will separate characters that I deem like special section characters for the story, and that's the section that will cover Doctor, Monster, Priestess, Presence, and Hierna, even though I said about some stuff about them already. But anyway, this story was was very interesting for multiple aspects. Seeing a redesign for Valif for a brief while and then going back to her original design is very interesting. I'm actually surprised they didn't spruce up her old model as well when they were already doing a new model for her. But yeah, don't really have much to say about Valif outside of she was pretty much the same Valif that she was even before, so that's about that. She was kind of like the character that sticks their nose into something, and while they're sniffing out the trail, they will be on the trail. She's a capable individual, after all. Patia also appeared in the story for a brief while. Was nice to see her, but I don't think anything really changed about her as a character from back in Guide Ahead, so I can't really say much about her outside of it's nice to see that she's around and she is a very supportive and still, despite everything that happened, still loyal character to Anduin and whatever he's doing. Evangelista 11th, pretty much the same guy he always was. He's kind of like a chill old grandpa Santa, and at the same time he is also someone who does have a good head on his shoulders, and for some reason likes cactuses a lot. I guess that's an old man shtick in this story. I don't know why, but okay. And also very interesting to see him that despite the fact that he is a chosen one by the law to be the Pope and everything, but at the same time he couldn't do pretty much nothing against the law and it going rampant until Anduin and Federico appeared on the scene. Then we have Amos. Like I said earlier, Amos is a pretty interesting character from the aspect of everybody saw him as a weakling, but at the end of the story I would say he was probably one of the strongest characters, like mentally especially. I mean, the guy on his own realized that he was in a dream and that stuff needs to change and he needs to wake up. Sadly though, he does pass away, so R.I.P. my man. You did good. You were a good person at the end of the day. Speaking of Amos, his wife Aurela. Now that's a present. Holy hell. I will say, considering we do see her face at the end of the story, her face, I will still say that her face does not match her vocal behavior. I know what kind of voice I gave her and kind of like vocal behavior I gave her, but that was vocal behavior based on not just her appearance, but the way her text is also written. She definitely feels very aggressive. She gets described as being a very aggressive person, and it shows in a lot of aspects as well. But she also has a good heart and is very protective of people. But yeah, her face is kind of missing a scowl. I would say it's kind of missing like a scar or something on it, or at least a scowl to indicate that she is like a permanently angry, pissed off person. But maybe at the end of the story it was kind of intended to make her appear a bit more chill out on the face because of the fact that Amos obviously passed away and she obviously had to cope with that news. But it's very interesting that she's gonna probably be in the future like a mercenary together with other people who are probably also fallen Sankta and stuff like that, who are gonna be roaming the borders of Laterano and keeping it safe. Somewhere out there where Laterano itself can't do it, which is very interesting. Then we have Nueda, who is a very nice person. That's pretty much all I can say. She did get described because of growing up in Bolivar from a couple of sentences from Aurela, that she definitely has some bloody history behind her. But overall, she just seems like a very wholesome person, especially when it comes to kids. She is very friendly to children and knows how to deal with them, how to calm them down, how to still their hearts. And yeah, on top of it, she's also a Kukulkan, which is our second Kukulkan that we've ever met, essentially, in a sense. The first one being Ho'oheliak, who is quite the individual. I think that's an understatement. But yeah, our second Kukulkan from another area, another region, and very interesting. I don't know if we can. I haven't looked at her file yet, so I don't really know. But I wonder if there's gonna be something to do with her in the future. If there's gonna be a meeting between her and Ho'oheliak, that would be kind of funny to see, and I would be down to seeing that anywhere. But yeah, we'll see. For now, all I can say is she's a very wholesome person and very friendly and very nice, and I like that. Then we have our absolute wholesome pair of father and daughter in Paganini and Vanini. Good God, especially with the story I was reading at the beginning of this episode, seeing the two of them interact and be around each other was... Holy hell, that was so wholesome. Like, oh my god. The story in the workshop thing, in the gunsmithing workshop stuff, made me really appreciate the fact that they did not kill off Paganini. But honestly, what a champ. What a goddamn champ. He tanked a bullet meant for a tank. And lived to tell the tale. For an old man, that is an accomplishment. But yeah, Vanini as well, very wholesome little adorable creature, and again, what a life she had to go through, from her parents bloodily being murdered to that probably scarring her for life, her mentally closing herself off to other people, not speaking, but slowly over time finding the means to do so. Exia being the trigger for her actually getting her halo, which is very weird because she never spoke with Exia, so probably some mentality shift happened and the halo just suddenly appeared in that moment, so that's very interesting. It's a very interesting aspect that it happened just in that kind of shape or way, because at the end of the day, she never actually spoke her first words properly until later in life, so that's very interesting. But yeah, overall, I'm happy that Paganini survived, that the two of them are still together. He can teach her, continue to teach her about gunsmithing, and she can become the best gunsmith there is in Laterano. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing more about her in the future. She also, based on her design, she definitely has the potential to become a playable character. Speaking of that, I don't know about Aurela, if she's gonna become playable. I would kind of appreciate that because she looks dope as hell. And considering she's a mercenary, there's a high possibility of, you know, just hiring a helping hand. That would be, well, she's kind of gonna be a mercenary, or, well, indirectly working for Laterano through some kind of new organization that they are putting together for them, so we'll see. Both of them definitely have the potential to become playable. Hildegard being in the story is or rather was also a very big surprise. She had a couple of banger lines to throw at the whole belief system that was being put into place, so I really appreciate all of those. Like pretty much straight up saying that what does it matter if we have a halo or not? Can we not just live together and help each other like we did so far? Like pretty much just says it as it is. So all props to Hildegard to being such a good little goober and understanding the homework. Patricion, oh boy, like I said multiple times, definitely reminds me of Patriot in so many aspects. And I am happy though that even though it was through pure tragedy and a shocking development for him at the end of the story, that he finally broke free of the dream and decided to be like, well, shit, I need to do something finally. I need to do the right thing, I need to protect this individual in front of me. Malini needs to be saved, because I need to repay my old friend somehow, considering that I brought my old friend nothing but trouble throughout everything, right? So good on him. Good on him that he finally realized this is a good step for him in the right direction for the future as well. Who knows? Maybe his whole relationship with Fiammetta is gonna blossom into a new grandfather and granddaughter kind of relationship, which would be very nice. I mean, the two of them are already kind of wholesome. I do like the whole parallel as well between him and Paganini, as in Paganini was raising and is raising a Sankta child, and Patricion is raising a Liberi child. Very interesting parallel between the two, which also makes sense because of them having such an old and very strained friendship between each other. But also, speaking of Patricion, very surprising. I don't know how common relationships between a Sankta and a Liberi are, but very interesting that Patricion actually was in love with a Liberi and he wanted to even marry one. Very interesting development for him. Which, again, marks the whole reason for him being in such a tough spot at the end of the story. Speaking of Fiammetta, yeah, pretty much just Fiammetta throughout the story. Nothing really changed. I do like that she is slowly kind of like mentally catching up to the whole Anduin thing and is not really letting her grudge against him go, but is still keeping it around. But I have a feeling that she is now slowly getting ready to start something new. At least keep the anger around, but not let the anger control herself anymore potentially, and move on into the future. Like, she definitely does not want to have to do anything with Anduin, but it's nice to see that she sorta has herself figured out when it comes to that. Mostima, on the other hand, is pretty much just Mostima as she was. Her operator record that we saw earlier did pretty much shed a light quite a bit more about her whole viewpoint, and how even for a long time she already had her mind made up about Anduin, about the whole situation with Lemuel, about the thing that Anduin saw in the Lock and Key, the other thing that she saw in the Lock and Key, and that she pretty much went down a different path after seeing all of that. So nothing really changed there. We do have a little bit of a teaser that there is a second firearm, patron. I actually don't know. They didn't specify the whole thing. Did I? I don't think they did specify. Was it a patron firearm? I don't remember from the top of my head right now. Was it? No, just firearm. Right. But yeah, there is another gun with Mostima's name on it. Is there gonna be a Mostima altar in the future where she's gonna be wielding both staff and and firearm? Who knows? It definitely got teased, and I'm all down for that if that comes to fruition. But yeah, after that we have another sibling pair of sorts, and we have Arturia and Federico. Arturia, I don't really know what to say much about her in this story. She definitely had a role to play, but her role, pretty much just like in the operator record that I included, is in that very, very beyond good and evil gray area that she is in. As in, she's gonna do stuff to help people, but she's also gonna do stuff to betray people, of course. And do the chaotic stuff that she always does. But yeah, very interesting that at the end we see that, yeah, her ambition in life, her obsession in life essentially is living people and their hearts, their ambitions, their dreams, essentially, their hidden emotions. And when it comes down to a machine, she just doesn't care. She just doesn't care about that. So she left the two of them behind. But yeah, outside of that, I don't really have much to say about her outside of she played a role in the whole thing, which towards the end was a pretty significant one to help people out, but outside of that, she was maybe the catalyst, I would say, as well, for Federico to start forming his own conclusions, essentially. That was probably her biggest role, actually, in the story, being the catalyst for Federico to piece stuff together and realize, yeah, stuff around me is wrong. I was not wrong in assuming it and observing it, so now I have confirmation that, yeah, something is wrong. Let's pursue this new avenue. Speaking of Federico, again, what a Giga Chad. He and his robotic way of talking and yapping with logic against the machine and yapping with logic against the machine, rage again. Why am I doing this to myself? But yeah, anyway, him going against the law and logically beating it into submission and making it making it form the decision of getting destroyed. What a move. What a move. That was amazing. I love the guy. He is really fun when he's around. And like I said earlier, he is the unintentional comedy man of any kind of situation that is not like a serious situation, of course. But yeah, overall, he played quite a significant role, especially at the end of the story. And it led to the law getting shut down and destroyed, and then resurrecting itself into an angel, apparently. And speaking of the law itself is also very interesting. I personally believe that over the years, as the law was observing and interacting with the Sankta, that it kind of grew. I mean, the last messages of it wanting to stay alive, essentially, to a degree or something, kind of, and it having a sense of self, kind of indicate that it definitely became something of a living entity itself, which shows itself at the end when it makes a logical decision and also evolves into a new step for itself, shocking priestess in the process, which was amazing. And I wish I would have seen that that face of her being absolutely flabbergasted, but sadly we don't get to have that that joy yet. But yeah, the law is still around, even though it is not the central figure anymore. It seems that keeps the empathy alive for the Sankta. That is just on the Sankta now alone. Then we get to Anduin, and my god, is he ever the martyr. Holy self-sacrifice. That was something else. First off, blowing himself up in the dream and surviving the explosion is quite a lucky strike. Then on top of it, later down the line, as he is pushing with the simulations with the law, almost killing himself, abusing his arts as well to essentially get to a conclusion. The guy is pretty much blind at this point. And again, like I said earlier, there is a parallel between him and the matriarch throughout the story. Mostly, I would say it's mostly down in the whole aspect of faith can be blind. It's just a matter of, do we make ourselves blind, or do we let faith blind us? But yeah, we'll see where he leads into the future. He is now a different man altogether, and he's leading the people who are around him in a different way as well than before. He feels much more accepting of the people around himself. I feel like he finally settled mentally and is now in on a new path of his own life. Where it's gonna lead, how we're gonna see him in the future, I don't know. He definitely, especially with the redesign here, with the higher detail and everything, he definitely feels like they're prepping him for the future to be like a playable character. Will he though? We'll see. Honestly, I would not have anything against that, because he is definitely interesting, and I do wonder what role they would give him, considering his current being and his light arts. Maybe a support, specific support kind of role, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, Anduin was definitely a highlight of this story when it comes to how he was portrayed, how his thought process was portrayed, how he changed since back then. Him finally having a moment as well with Mostima, Lemuen, and Fiammetta, and setting stuff straight, and pretty much putting everything down to a new tabula rasa, pretty much a clean slate between every single one of them. And they can all now move ahead into life. They said their goodbyes, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see where that will lead every single one of them. Are they gonna at any given point come together? I mean, again, it would be funny if he became playable, because then we already have Fiammetta, Mostima, and Lemuen now as playable characters. Having him as well, that would be quite a sight to behold, as you could literally form up the old commandos back together, right, and deploy them. That would be fun. But yeah, we'll see. I will definitely keep my eyes open for Anduin and how how Hypergriff is gonna be dealing with him into the future. When he's gonna show up again, who knows? But we'll see. We'll see. Lemuen, then, on the other hand, is again, she's interesting. I already went quite a lot about her through her file when we were reading about that there. Personally, I like her a lot as a character. She's kind of like the chill, logical, I will overanalyze something before I commit to something, which does kind of vibe with me quite a lot, because I do tend to do that myself, like overthinking stuff. That is definitely my shtick. But yeah, she's a very interesting character, very multifaceted as well. Her devotion to what she commits to is also very commendable. Her devotion to EXUSIAI, her sister of course as well, and her family in general, very, very nice. And again, the bond between the two sisters is really strong. Like, the empathy that the two of them share, like, again, like we saw in the file, EXUSIAI was feeling the empathy slowly from her sister before she even spoke her first words. So that is stupidly strong. That is a stupidly strong connection. But yeah, overall, Lemuen is a badass and a funny one, and can absolutely terrify you if she needs to, in a very polite manner. And I do appreciate that myself about the character. And of course, EXUSIAI. I mean, what to say about our apple pie? She is a fun goober. She is a fun character, always all over the place, cheerful, and they show in the story that she definitely has a pretty serious side as well when she needs to display it. But overall, I mean, I don't think I need to waste too many words about how much of a fun character she is, and it will be fun to see where and how she's gonna be appearing in the stories leading into the future, especially now that she has her own company to lead. And it's gonna be funny to see who else is gonna work for the company, considering that the headquarters for it are in Laterano. I mean, who is she gonna employ? We don't really have many side characters in Laterano right now who could fill in the roles, who are living in Laterano themselves. I'm not gonna be counting Aurela. Nuena probably won't. Vanini has her own gun shop, so probably not. Hildegard is part of her monastery, so probably not. I mean, there is Idida, so who knows? Who knows if that's gonna be the case. But we'll see. There's a potential for new characters appearing alongside Apple Pie Logistics, so that will be fun. But overall, looking forward to where it's gonna be leading. And of course, as a final note, the tiny little sugar-free ice cream cherry on top. Idida. I don't know what else they're planning with Idida as a character. She definitely has a very striking design, very highly detailed design. Is she gonna appear in the future in something? Maybe? But I honestly don't know what. I don't know what they're planning with this character, if there's more behind her. She definitely feels like she is detached from the whole law. I don't think at any given point that she fell under the dream completely as well. At least she did not leave you with the feeling that she was kind of influenced by the dream, right? I don't think that's only on me. But very interesting overall. I am looking forward to what they're going to be doing with this totally not Blue Archive character. Absolutely not Blue Archive coded. But yeah, anyway, that's for our main portion. I probably forgot a couple of characters along the line, so apologies for that. But now let's move into our final section here, and this is gonna be the super spoilery thing. These special characters appearing in this story, being the Doctor, Monster, Priestess, Presence, and Hierda. Oh boy, Hierda, I'm not gonna waste too many words here because I already addressed that. I don't know what's gonna be happening with her, outside of that she's appearing more and more like a religious figure, even though that's not her goal. But I guess we'll see. She's definitely being kept around and kept in everybody's mind that she is definitely leading people, and we'll see where that ends up. Then we have the Presence. No idea what the plan with this character is. Absolutely no idea. We did not get a teaser or anything outside of Priestess telling the Presence that they are not allowed on this planet. Okay, I don't know. I just know I am terrified of this thing because this thing can end a planet. So we'll see what happens. I am looking forward to it because the Presence is very fun, especially to voice, and yeah, we'll see what happens with it. Alright, Priestess, right, the character that pretty much spoiled the plot of chapter 15. Pretty much just spelled it out directly what happened with Rhode Island. Well, all three of them kind of did the same thing, but Priestess specifically talked about Kal'tsit and Kal'tsit being dead and she being able to revive Kal'tsit, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know what her future goals are gonna be. Right now, she seems to be in a mindset of, well, these creatures of this planet are slowly kind of winning me over or making me think more along the lines of, well, let's see what they can do. At least that's what it seems like. The end of the story indicated pretty much that she now has a mindset of, well, they kind of managed to do this, so let's see what else they can do. Let's leave them out and do for the time being, at least. Like she said, she wants to leave it for the time being, but she's definitely preparing for something else. I mean, there are other things that she can get access to. There is the stuff that is under the sea that the Aegir are looking over. there is the other moon, and there is the gate up in the north as well. So a lot of possibilities for her to do some hijinks. But yeah, we'll see where that all will lead us to. She is definitely gonna be present for a lot of stuff into the future, and I am looking forward to how her character is gonna be developed. Because again, I find her a very good antagonist, and I find her a very good gray area as well as a character, and a potential ground of a opposition, but also a person who could still at the end of the day work with us and find a solution to the problems we have. As long as she is willing to open up her mind to the fact that life should be left alone to do as life does and struggle, and if you are in possession of knowledge that can further this life, especially in a crisis situation like we have right now, with the world being on the brink of destruction potentially, with this prismatic light out there that is destroying life as we know it. Yeah, there is a lot of potential for her to actually shift her mindset a bit around, but we'll see. Maybe someone needs to loosen a couple of screws on that linchpin in her brain to make her less concentrated on her own plans. But we'll see. And finally, Monster and Doctor. That was stupidly hilarious, but also absolutely wholesome. Monster and Doctor hanging out in this story kind of threw me back, honestly, now especially thinking about it, kind of threw me back to the Doctor and Skadi hanging out in Path of Life last year. The two of them, back then, Skadi and Doctor, having a moment to just talk to each other, hang around each other, just casually enjoying each other's company and having just normal conversations between each other was very, very fun and wholesome. Finally, like, having this moment to actually talk was very nice. And now we have a kind of similar situation here with Monster and Doctor. Especially, I'm glad that we didn't have to wait too long to see the conversation finally happen, where Monster and Doctor clear out the air between each other. Because chapter 15 definitely left us with them being a bit on a I wouldn't say strained, but kind of like reserved kind of place, where they definitely started on a wrong foot with their greeting. I mean, like described from Monster, especially here in this story. Upon seeing Monster and welcoming her back, the dog literally walked away without saying anything, and Monster understood it because she herself had to process what happened and the loss that she suffered. Both of them had to, but yeah, the dog took a bit to actually get to the point as well, where they can mentally talk, or rather openly talk about Kal'tsit, and especially in front of Monster. And I honestly welcome this little thing, that they finally had this opportunity to get this out there, to converse, to share moments together, and just be wholesome. Just be very wholesome. At the end of the day, again as a reminder, Kal'tsit technically is someone that was both made... Well, Kal'tsit was made by priestess, but the dog is the person who raised Kal'tsit, essentially. They raised Kal'tsit in the distant past and set her out for the future. Monster back then was still just part as a component of Kal'tsit, part of the Gemini cycle. So back then, I presume that Monster didn't have any kind of self-awareness, or maybe there was something there. But it's a very interesting anomaly that every time, or rather over time, and every time that Kal'tsit would die, Monster would slowly start evolving into something new, and distinct from what it was before, and becoming more and more apparently self-aware, to the point where we have it now as a human being, essentially. And that is very interesting. And again, like we'll learn in chapter 15, Monster is not done evolving yet. She still has room to standardize her potential growth. Interesting. Overall, very interesting. And I wonder how that is gonna go. But yeah, overall, I'm very happy that Doctor and Monster had a moment to talk it out, that they managed to get their feelings out there, and like I was trying to say here just now, they're pretty much family. I mean, they are pretty much family. Doc, Monster, Kal'tsit when she comes back, of course, and when and if she comes back, and Amia. The four of them are essentially a tiny mini family, and it's a very wholesome one. So I hope that Kal'tsit is gonna be coming back in the future, because that would be very, very nice to see all four of them. That's gonna be a very, very hard to voiceover moment whenever that is gonna be the case. If there's gonna be any tears during that whole shtick when that moment happens, that's not gonna be me faking it. That's not gonna be me faking it. That's gonna be a real thing, but that's for some day in the future whenever it happens. But yeah, anyway, that would be, I think, the majority of stuff from this story. There's definitely stuff that I missed that I didn't talk about here. This is just this. Oh my god, this is over an hour long. Holy shit. Look, if I talked about for a whole hour about the story and the characters, you know this was good. You know this was good. But yeah, anyway, this will be it for this video. At least for the now recording section that I'm doing right now. The rest of this video will be the clip section that I'm sure everybody is looking forward to, because I know you guys enjoy my reactions to some story moments. So enjoy the clips, and hopefully they're gonna be funny and whatever else from the previous episode. So it's gonna be just the clips from that 5-hour long episode. And I don't know how many there are or are gonna be there. I'm gonna see that in a bit when I start editing the episode. But yeah, for now, this will be it. So thank you very much for listening, watching. Hopefully I didn't yap your ears off. I probably did. I both apologize and I don't. You wanna hear my thoughts? There they are. You got them. But yeah. Anyway, do leave me your own impressions of the story, about what was in today's episode as well, with little bonus elements here and there. And yeah, I'm gonna see you guys very soon with another Arknights voiceover, because a new side story is coming pretty much in a couple of days after this video goes out. And it's gonna be the story for Phantom Altar, which... very interesting, and I hope I do get to say some very iconic lines from Phantom, and I hope up until then my nose is gonna finally clear out, so I'm not gonna sound like I have like I'm pinching my nose the entire time while I'm speaking. If the story is gonna actually be theatrical, I will really need my nose clean for that. Maybe I'll have to look to invest into nose spray, even though I don't wanna. I hate that shit. But yeah, anyway, thank you very much for watching, listening. Hope you enjoyed, and if you did so, please consider leaving a like. It would help out a lot. If you're new to the channel and have been listening up until now, why aren't you subscribed yet? Where is that press on that button? But yeah, anyway, thank you very much. And to all my members already as well, as memberships are open on the channel, like I always say, there will be no video behind a membership, purely there for support. So, once again, thank you very much to all the members already doing so and supporting. Much, much appreciated. And yeah, I hope you all have a fantastic day wherever you are. Hopefully you are not as sick as I am, and I will see you in the next episode. Until then, enjoy the clips, and bye-bye. Whoa. Whoa.
Anduin and who? Oh, never mind. We're from Anduin's perspective. These are the two kids from earlier. I was like, what the hell? Are we suddenly getting Anduin as a child? Did Kep turn into a giant monster now finally in reality and is holding her in a palm or some shit? Yup. Oh. What the shit are you? What is she? Whatever the hell. Matriarch? Oh, she actually did open her eyes. Well? Please don't squish her? Like an apple? Okay, she doesn't seem hostile, at least from that first sentence. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do her voice now in this. I'm gonna have to find a proper voice modulator for, or voice effect rather, for this form. Something. I'm gonna have to look through all the options. Holy shit, it's big. But funny, it's not hostile. Again, it's not hostile. It's just monstrously large. What the hell? Damn. Huh. Yeah, Laterano is gonna be weird now for a while because a lot of the other races have been given halos that never had them. So this is gonna be very interesting. Also, very funny. This guy almost looks like Cliff because of the coat and the hat. Interesting silhouette. Definitely not him. He is with his people. She barely fits on the screen. That looks so silly. I will not lie. I mean, she looks amazing. This is... Again, her earlier design really reminded me of some designs from Warframe, and this design even more reminds me of some Warframe designs that I've seen. And not specifically the frames, but just world in general stuff. Yeah, this is kind of silly right now to look at. Oh shit, we actually get to see it. Oh, this is from that one promotional video that they made for the history of Sankta back for Hortus de Escapismo. That is that above there. They're probably gonna zoom out in a moment, but that above there is the law, and below it are the Tikas. Wait, monster!
I'm trying to stop it. No, I'm not in control of the process anymore.
Uh-oh. What is this now? Why is it going black and white? Oh, that's nice. The flow of information does not come rushing in as you imagined. The clamor of computation has faded away at some point. You and Monster feel a peculiar feeling wash over the both of you. You seem to have stopped at a fork in the road. An old friend appears. Oh god, no. Is she here? Oh, for fuck's sake. Has she been walking alongside you the whole... Oh my god, I got shivers. Fuck's sake. Has she been walking alongside you the whole time, or is it a chance encounter? In short, you see her. The color begins to drain out of your surroundings. It is as if time stands still. This is the stage built for your reunion. Oh boy. Fuck! Well, I was right when I was yelling about spoilers in the previous part. I guess I'm gonna have to do one more just in case. How are you here? Shut up with your unknown language. Get with the times. For fuck's sake, why are you here? At least help then when you're here. Jesus Christ. Phew, yep. Like on cue. Monster appears. The meddler. The meddler is here. Oh, she's back in a wheelchair. Oh, yeah, it was all a dream. That's sad. Oh well. Oh, he's back in his old attire. And these two are also here. Well, this is a team. He definitely looks way more detailed than before. If this guy isn't being prepared to be at some point like playable, like an outside of the Sankta society, Sankta, I mean, you have a bunch of them at this point. Why not another one? Technically not a bad guy as well on top of it. Technically not. He did injure, obviously, Lemuel in that moment, but that moment, even though it's not excusable, is a moment where he completely lost all sense of judgment and everything. He was hysterical with because of whatever he saw in his head because of the lock and key, which just made him go haywire. But yeah, technically not a bad guy. He's just a guy who is also a martyr. Anyway, but by the way, I just want to add here, I know what he's saying here with salvete, but in Croatian, salvete doesn't mean what it means here. It means paper napkin, the type you know, clean your snout after some food. I know what he means here, but anyway, that's kind of funny. Oh yeah, right, this is his old attire as well. This is not the robe he was wearing before, right? The robe he was wearing before was completely different. This is his old captain attire he was wearing. That's why it looks so distinguished and everything. Right. Yeah, this guy is definitely being prepared for something in the future. He's probably at some point gonna become playable. Oh, wow. Oh, this is a nice shot. Sadly, it's very far away, but this is a very nice shot.
Right, would you like to hear the story of how the lost Zaydan captured the Castle of Dreams?
I would. Me. The one behind the mic. Me. Right, I keep forgetting that she's a Kukulkan. She's full of stories because they kinda hand down their memory to their descendants.
All I did was recalibrate it beforehand, returning it to its original purpose. Of course, it has adapted to the progress of the Originium project since.
Okay, so everything that is happening right now is literally because of this freaking idiot accessing the law. And PCS is basically its name. Or designation, whatever it stands for. Oh my god, we do get a baby Anduin, what the fuck? Wow! Oh shit. Oh, she's gonna leave them, huh? Yep. Oh my god. Oh. Ever the martyr, huh? Holy shit. Whoa. Didn't really expect it to update the model to bloody eyes. Or bloody tears in this case. Whoa, buddy. Whew. Hell yeah. PCS. Personality and Cognition Synchronization System. So the entire time, I've been calling the Sankta pretty much like a beehive and the law, the queen bee essentially, since the beginning, I would say. since the very first Sankta story, essentially, I think I've been saying this. And here is my confirmation. Pretty much what I said. Every single Sankta is a relay to gather information and send it back to the law. Empathy is probably just like a kind of like almost like a side effect of the whole thing, because they are relaying information between each other so they can feel information because they're communicating technically with each other. Pretty much like mobile phones getting close to other sources or to signal towers. The moment they get closer, the better the signal, right? Oh boy. Whoa. A simulated universe? Oh, wow. Oh, and she starts singing. Oh god, no. How am I gonna do this?
You've been trying to get a bead on me all this time. Failed?
You've actually gotten better since you left Aurora.
Holy shit, did his entire shoulder just get blown off? Holy Paganini save. Also, again, If he dies right now... If he dies right now, the cursed voice persists. Oh no! Oh no! Again, I did it again. What the shit? I hope he survives, honestly, right now. Just so the curse isn't actually effective for once. What the shit is this map? I didn't look at the map before I went into this stage. What am I looking at? Huh? Okay. Oh, and they're playing the distorted song. Nice. Oh, shit. Vanini. I got your name right, I hope. And I'm right with you. Oh, shit. Oh, is she actually gonna fall? Dispersing arrows? Whose attack is that? Leave them to me? These clouds! Oh, hey! She's in her battle gear! Yes! Let's go, Hildegard! Yes! 50 seconds.
Sorry, everyone. Hope I'm not too late.
Holy shit! Drift! Fucking hell. What is with that wheelchair? Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
No matter the cost.
Damn! Good God. I shudder to think what she could actually do if she wasn't in a wheelchair. I really shudder to think. Well, she has fallen as well. I wonder, because their operator versions of both her and Exia are with normal halos, I wonder if they're gonna get reinstated once this whole thing clears up or something happens in the future.
Every bullet I got you with was custom made. They just need some time to take effect.
Oh shit. She leaps high into the sky. Oh shit. What the shit is this song now? There's so many new songs in this in this whole event. I like it. Also, holy shit. And now she's doing and now she's doing the new stuff. Divine Judgment traditional, yep. Rock and gospel, yep. Barrage sky shattering and apple pie with char siu. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Fire off all the battle quotes. Whoa. Okay, that's a ring. What are you doing, your goober? Your cousin over there and a buddy are about to kill God. What are you doing? Keeping them safe or something? Oh, they actually destroyed it? Oh, they actually destroyed the law? Holy shit. Oh well, this is gonna go well now, huh? The old Pope playfully points to the halo hovering above his head. Wow. Wow, actually I just realized. Wow! They're actually using the cutscene, part of the cutscene from her operator record. Again, this is so stupid. Why was this operator record not part of either Zwillingsturme or, I don't know, this story? It would have been a perfect cutscene to somewhere put into here. I mean, I am glad I included it into the whole thing. This makes now way more sense to flash back to this scene now that, well, people who actually watch this, who watch this voiceover on the channel here have actually seen the cutscene now. But what the fuck? This is weird to flash back to a cutscene like this. Oh, we're bringing back this song. Holy hell, been a while since I heard this.
任務完了。当然のことなんだ。
Holy
そんな
moly.
大げさな顔はやめて。
This was a long cutscene. Holy shit. Woo! This was a long and amazing cutscene. Oh boy. Did you see the new products of the tea table? On the tea table? Among the list 11 ice cream cake tower. 11 scoops of ice cream. 11 flavors of cactus. The 11th cake named after a pope. That is funny. That is actually funny. Considering the flavor, I suspect it may cause even more controversy. Oh god, no. Is it the sugar-free ice cream? Suicides and crime rates have soared in the past 3 months. Oh yeah, that feels real. Oh, that feels real. That is something that I'll absolutely believe is happening to these people right now. Oh shit, yeah. Welcome to normal life. Okay, so this is suggesting now that pretty much every single Sankta knows the truth. I mean, this is what I said should happen at some point, but I mean, I was very well aware of consequences of this thing, but yeah. Oh. Hi? She's spraying graffiti on it. Exia, please. Wait, who else is here? Okay, it's Exia. These are just random nuns, a random guy. This is Idida. I mean, that's easy to tell. Yeah, they're still kind of glowing. They're not really fallen, huh? Who is this? Is that Valif? Or someone else?
In the end, though, so many people chose to stay in these ruins. Our halos still shine. Life goes on, right?
Yeah, their halos still shine. Okay, so I'm not imagining this. Their halos are still shining bright. Oh. I wonder what happened. Did I like, now that the center, because the halos are technically a program. So if there is enough kind of like code there to save its own ass, did the collective empathy of everybody just save their own asses by forming a new network just to maintain itself, maybe?
Apple Pie Logistics is open up.
What?
Apple Pie Logistics is opening up next week. My wish is that Laterano genetics will change. And everybody will support my culinary research so that their teeth and halos will never get cavities.
Alright. These Sankta are not reacting to this.
Finally.
Okay, so maybe she will retain her speech, and it's not just gonna be a dream. I mean, again, she did say that she can partially, or was able to, like, barely utter some words, from what I understood, so maybe? Oh, this is gonna be heavy. Fuck. Unless they're gonna bamboozle me now, and the guy is gonna suddenly spring up and be like, oh, what the fuck?
Magister?
Oh my god, he's still alive. Holy fuck. The curse! The curse! It did not strike! The curse did not strike! The old man is alive! What the fuck? Oh, it's a miracle. Oh, enough with the yelling. Holy fuck, how did you survive a bullet that can literally destroy an armored gun knight? It's just a halo check. What took you so long? Could be worse than my injuries. Dr. Chandler? That's a name. They want us to design heavy firearms for their new gun knights. Oh shit, new gun knights? New gun knights? Oh yeah, this is gonna also change. Oh yeah, oh boy, cannot wait for the next generation of gun knights. Ooh. Whoa! Whoa! I did not expect to ever see her without a helmet. Whoa! She has a much nicer normal facial expression than than what her words were always implying. Of course, now she's probably not pissed off, but wow!
Praying? Now's hardly any time. Wait, you're Sarkas. Where did you learn to do that? What the?
What? What just happened? Did Extra sprout a halo? Or did she birth a Sankta?
A halo? What? The Sarkas child.
Oh my god, she bore a Sankta, what the hell? Okay, yeah, no rules exist anymore for the shit now. As a reminder, if between two races, like if one parent is a Sankta, the other is not, the child, from what I remember, what was told in the past, would always be born as a Sankta. It would always sprout a halo, and would always be a Sankta for the rest of its life. Oh, this is interesting. Can anybody at random now be born as a Sankta, or is it maybe a thing of if you're connected by prayer or something, like if you pray or believe deep enough?
Say, shouldn't he be back by now?
What's he doing? Oh wow. Holy shit, there's another cutscene. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. What the hell is a voyage? Okay. We pray for the future, we walk towards our distant reunion. We are not alone. What? Okay. Okay, my dear, how are you gonna find this that the very machine that you probably may or may not have been involved in its creation, who knows? Maybe you were just aware of, I mean, you were definitely aware of the project, that is for sure, but who knows if you actually actively worked on this thing. But, regardless, how are you gonna feel that your machine decided to let itself be killed?
I look forward to seeing how your beloved Terra can prove to me that your struggle still has some value, the way the people of Laterano just did.
Okay. I like this. I like this evolution of her. She's more. God, I've been reading too much. She is more and more accepting of the fact to let these people do and see where it leads. I like this.
If you are determined to see it done, make a wish to Originium, Jacob. I will hear your voice.
Do I want you to restore her? That is... I mean... The thing is, I don't distrust that she wouldn't, like, recreate at least the body the way it was. I do distrust the fact that she wouldn't put some kind of backdoor into the body she creates. Or recreates, rather. Plus, we do, like Monster said, we do have all of Kal'tsit's, like, life and memories, pretty much her essence stored inside of Monster. So if we do get a body back, we can kind of put it back. Jesus Christ, my voice is going. But yeah, I don't know. I don't fully trust her to. Even if she does, I don't fully trust her that she would bring or rather that she wouldn't implement some kind of failsafe into the new recreated version.
I know. I don't approve of using her methods to bring back Kal'tsit either.
Okay, I'm happy that I said that, because yeah, that is not as great as a quick a solution that would be. That is a dicey. That is a bad dice throw. That is a very bad dice throw. Oh wow. this whole side story is such a massive spoiler for for chapter 15. Holy shit. Oh, I appreciate everything, but holy crap. Yeah. Yeah. It is so very, very important that people actually finish main story up until chapter 15 now. Because, yeah, every single story going into the future has a very, very strong potential now to reference something that happened already. So, yeah, holy crap.
A newborn angel? How could this be?
Oh, the fact that you are shocked is interesting. Huh. The fact that you are shocked is interesting. Okay, and then we fade back into present stuff. Oh shit, what the fuck are we doing here? Rhine Lab? Huh. Okay, I'm gonna... What? Were you the entire time on Terra? What? Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch. Were you the entire time on Terra just hiding somewhere?
Wasn't I swallowed up by that light?
Yeah. Okay, I wasn't wrong, so I should have died. Oh, she brought it back from Originium, didn't she?
Originium has recorded your information.
Oh, shit, she's resurrected. Oh my god, wait, why are we here? Oh, I recognize this corridor. Koshelna? Uh-oh. The Black Snake is back. Oh my god. You new infected look absolutely gnarly. Oh, now to Iberia. A shining black rock rolls off the cliff, dropping straight down into the ocean. The Seaborn tries to see what it was, but it has already been engulfed by the billowing waves. Originium has entered the oceans. Oh, bitch, Originium has entered the oceans. Okay, that's now fucked. Oh, shit. That is now so fucked. Oh, fuck. Oh, wow. An audience with God? Well, this looks fine. Well, this looks fine. Rest in peace. What the fuck am I looking at? Hi, Exia. Hi. How's it going? Well, this has been everything then. Holy shit, this really leaves a cliffhanger for the future, or rather prepares the future for a lot of stuff. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Oh, this is gonna be fun. This is going crazy.